opportunities to speak first before they go and serve this beloved country. So I say thank you, asanteni sana, for coming. It will be an interactive session, it will be an educative session, it will be a knowledge-driven session where we'll be able to change, of course, contacts, we'll be able to change ideas, where we'll be able to create rapport and establish an understanding of what can be done based on the subject matter here. A panel discussion will be on and up on this very platform I'm standing upon, where we'll have representatives who will be expounding on, depending on their expertise. And this is a sustainable urban development forum, ladies and gentlemen. May I again once thank you, which has a very membership of the Kenyan society, and the road towards sustainability and the powering of clean and affordable energy efficiency and upward mobility. So I want to say asante, even as you braved the cold weather to be here. Nairobi is chilly. We aren't yet within the mid of the year, but it's very apparent and clear that the temperatures are freezing. Allow me to recognize now, as we proceed with this important gathering, the presence of the County of Nairobi Senator, that is Edwin Sifuna, the gentleman here, who we normally brush shoulders and at times pressure because of my line of duty. He is normally my guest in a morning show at Citizen Television, a good brother of mine, a gentleman, a good debater who I always cherish because of his contributions as we change ideas on to how we can better this country. His colleague at the Senate is also Senator Godfrey Osotsi, and who represents the county of Vihiga. Asante, naona watu wa Ingo wako nyumbani. We also have the Principal Secretary at the Ministry of Investment, Dr. Juma Mohwana. Daktari, may you also stand up and say hi. I last hosted you when I was an intern at another television station some years back. Sasa Mungu ni mwema, wako serikali na mimi niko kwingine. Thank you so much, PS, for coming. Of course, we will be having your remarks here. So, ladies and gentlemen, the other recognitions will be based upon the running order. We have representatives from the diplomatic corps who are with us here, who will be taking to the podium. We have representatives from the banking sector. We have representatives from the engineering community in Kenya. And of course, the beautiful men and women who put this event together from Vox Elevator, Crystal Solution, and Zada Consult, and by extension, the Amco Group of companies who will be mentioning the hierarchy of its administration who are present with us here. So just as an introductory, and I understand that Kenya is generally a country that's heading towards an important step in terms of addressing the deficiency in its housing sector, or the Department of Housing. We have seen efforts that are put together by stakeholders, the private sector, the national government, but that all happens when there is an intertwined effort by the private sector, who today have representatives here, courtesy of this event that was organized by Vox Elevator, Crystal Clear, and Crystal Solution, and also Zada Consult, to exchange ideas, create rapport, and see what can be done best to address some of the problems that pertain to sustainable urban development, which is on quality housing, which informs, of course, quality life for the Kenyan people. And as part of that introductory, and we welcome again for those who are streaming in because of the time in question, and they will be freeing some of our guests who will be attending to other important duties, including the two honorable senators who are with us here as they attend to other national duties. Allow me to welcome now, before Laura makes the presentation with the operations manager of Vox Elevator, to welcome some of the guests who will be leaving us at the best interest of time, so that they are able to attend to other duties that are of national importance, and for them, of course, that very same responsibility that falls upon their shoulders. And before I invite Laura to invite Mr. Mohammed Dahir, I understand that the two senators, Laura, will be leaving us shortly. So may I now welcome Senator Godfrey Osotsi. Senator?
He's on hold.
On hold. On call, eh? Okay, allow me now to get the Nairobi County Senator, Bwana Sifuna, so that we release you on time. I understand there is a committee at the Senate? Okay, so we proceed. Thank you. And so, as I have mentioned earlier, we started with the thanking of the acceptance of the invitation that was extended to you, honorable ladies and gentlemen, with us here to come and grace this very important event, which as I have mentioned, is an event where it's going to be about knowledge sharing, to create a hub for exchange of ideas, to create a rapport, to create network. And as we shed light or focus our attention on one very major theme, which everyone seems to be grappling with. That includes, of course, the housing question in Kenya. And this is on Sustainable Urban Development Forum here at the Villarosa Kempinski, that is attended by representatives from the private sector, the county government of Nairobi, and as well the national government. It therefore lays emphasis on how the magnitude of this coming together, including members of ambassadors will be here to shed focus on some of the aspects in question here that need specifications, that need expounding upon it, and also the banking sector who are with us, and that's a key sector that the government is relying upon in the delivery of the housing question, which the government is rolling across the country. This is on developers, this is on suppliers, this is a networking session that brings together the stakeholders, as I have mentioned, who are with us. And thank you again for keeping time to grace this very important occasion where we are going to be exchanging those very same ideas. And for those who have just come in, your presence is highly valuable and appreciated, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Senator Nairobi County, who is our host in this county. The Senator Nairobi County, Edwin Sifuna, his counterpart from Vihiga, Godfrey Osotsi. We also have the Principal Secretary at the State Department of Investment in the Ministry of Investments, Dr. Juma Mohwana, and many more who are coming in. Your presence is therefore highly appreciated. May I again, once again, say thank you to you too for making time and to be with us here as we proceed with this very important congregation. So I think we are now okay and we can proceed. Allow me now to welcome to the podium my colleague who also put in effort to put this event together in terms of the organization question, the operation, the invitation, to make sure that she made phone calls for all of you who are here to grace this important event, the follow-ups that she made. And I'm talking about, amongst other, the team leader, Dora Nyangasi, who is the operations manager, Vox Elevator, who has been putting the effort, who had made sure that she burnt the midnight oil, that you'll be here making the phone calls to ensure that the whole is in place, to ensure that the payment is done, to ensure that the team has done the work in putting this very beautiful event together. Good morning, Laura. Karibu. Asante Karibu. As we proceed with the running order of the day, and then you welcome our two other very important guests of Amco Group of companies before again I come back to the podium and we proceed with the event.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Laura Nyangashi, the operations manager for Amco Group of companies. This is a special day for all of us, especially for Amco Group of companies, for having convened such an event that has attracted dignitaries, people in the engineering world, the architecture world. Once again, feel welcome. I will not go much into details because time is short. Our PS wants to leave, the senator for Nairobi wants to leave, so is my senator. I also acknowledge the presence of the NCIC Commissioner, Honorable Dorcas Kedogo, and any other person that has been part and parcel of this. I take this opportunity to welcome my boss, that is Mr. Mohamed Abdullahi, who is the Managing Director for Amco Group of Companies. Hands of applaud as we welcome Mr. Mohamed Abdullahi. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. Peace be upon you. I will start before we open our word of prayer, inshallah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Good morning once again. all protocols observed. Thank you so much for honoring our invite. We've got a lot of apologies. There are a lot of people who are coming. They're on the way. There's a lot of traffic. And within 10-20 minutes, they'll all reach here. So I'd like to bring on board my father, who has given us the chance and a platform to be who we are today. We thank everybody who has showed up. Let me introduce our chairman, who is Abdullah Mohamed Dayer.
Thank you everyone. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for everybody who has arrived here. Thank you for BS for Thread. Thank you Mr. Sifuna, Mr. Mukhana, Yusuf Hassan, and thank you for Mr. Ahmed Yare. I welcome everybody here, and we are very happy to come everybody to see for our event. We would like to join to show our business. At the same time, when we join together as a business group, banks, real estate, people who do mechanical engineering and whatever, together with that, if we agree with to show our leaders to show us the way forward, or to show them what we have done, it is also good that we can reach somewhere very far. Since our business was okay, but when the corona comes, everybody maybe has gone down, but still, alhamdulillah, everything is okay now. The corona has gone, so we would like to come back to the field. We come with our experience. We would like to show our leaders and even advise us how to do this the business forward. So inshallah, I will welcome BS Thread Mr. Mukhana Juma. You are welcome, sir.
Sunday, Ndugu Dahir. Good morning. Alaikum salam. Asante. Salam alaikum. Thank you. I'm doing the opposite, sorry. Thank you. Asante sana. I'm very happy to be here today, and let me also apologize for putting you under pressure because we have to go somewhere else. Let me recognize the presence of the MD, Mohamed Abdullahi, the chair, Mzee Dahir, my brother Edwin Sifuna, the senator of Nairobi, my brother Usosi, the senator of Vihiga, with Yusuf here, the MP for Amabara Jafika. Okay. Thank you. So I recognize the presence of all of you and appreciate putting up this meeting. My name is Juma Mukwana. I'm the Principal Secretary for Industrialization in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Our main role is to try and make Kenya the choice of investors, whether you are Kenyan or also from other jurisdictions. So if you have seen, we are working quite hard to try and put together to make Kenya have a good environment for all of us to invest. We appreciate that regionally, as much as we are struggling, we are the biggest economy within East Africa. In terms of manufacturing, where I come from, we are also doing fairly well. I think within East and Southern Africa, we are second to South Africa for now, but there is a lot of competition coming up from Tanzania, from Uganda, and we are trying to keep ahead. In terms of some of the issues that we have planned that are relevant for you, you have all heard about affordable housing. Currently, one of the things that we are working on, which is very exciting, is you know that through East African Portland Cement, in at the river we have a lot of land, nearly 20,000 acres, and part of that land will be gazetted as a special economic zone for people that would like to invest in manufacturing for export. But we are also putting up another interesting thing, which is called a specialized industrial park for construction. If you have constructed in this city, then you know that our things are very scattered. If you're looking for tiles, you go one side. If you are looking for roofing, mabati, you go to another side. So what we are trying to put up now at the East African Cement with support of the private sector, and we invite all of you to participate, is a specialized industrial park that is a one-stop place for all construction. So we want to put nearly 200 sheds. So you have a shed for mabati, a shed for lifts, a shed for ready to use concrete, paint, electrical, plumbing. So, and that is something that we think will help, so that when you go to, basically what we say is if you go to that park, you will be able to get your whole house in one stop. And so we are partnering with the private sector, and if you are interested, again, then we can talk. Also, one of the things that we are thinking about for a specialized industrial park, and we are already talking with the governor of Nairobi, and wood workshop around Jamhuri. You know that we have a lot of young men that are working extremely hard on Gong Road, but are using hands. So their work is quite difficult. So what we are working with the governor to do is to set up some common user machinery. So if you want to cut your wood, you want to make it more smooth, so we'll be doing a specialized park there to support people that are working along Gong Road, so they can make more furniture, make them more efficient, because currently they are working using their hands. Lastly, I want to say that technology for construction is changing, and we are happy that you are in this space. Our land, we don't have land anymore. When we got independence in 1963, we were only 5 million people in this whole space. Today we are 50 million, so we have multiplied this by 10. The land that we inherited from our forefathers is the same. So that means that if you are going to coexist in this space, having multiplied 10 times, we must invest in technology. We must build going upwards. And that is where you come in as Vortex in terms of supporting upward construction. So my message here would be that we support your work, the work that you are doing for introducing new technologies that will enable us make better use of the little land that we have, so that everybody can go up, so that we can then make more efficient use of the land that we have. The last issue that I want to indicate is that because of what I've indicated, today Kenya is a regional leader, and we have signed several agreements within the East African community, where now we have 7 countries within the East African community. Next week we'll be in Arusha to negotiate some of how can you sell some of your products across the borders. So we are working on a very vibrant system. You can sell your items in the DRC, in South Sudan, in Burundi, in Rwanda, and so on. And we are working on mutual agreements on how that can be done in terms of taxation and custom issues that will enable you to do that. But beyond that, we also have the African Free Continental Trade Area. So remember, 44 countries have already signed for Africa to trade as one bloc. This may look like a small issue, but as a continent, we have lagged behind. If you go to Europe, intra-Europe trade between European countries is at 70%. So of all the businesses within the European Union, 70% of it is between the countries of Europe. If you go to Asia, they are about 45%. China, India, Singapore, and all that. But when you come to Africa, intra-Africa trade is only 15%. Us trading with each other. That tells you the problem. So we are trading more with China, with India, than with our neighbor in Burundi and South Sudan. So now we have a common protocol that has been signed for Africa to function as one single market, which means that if you have a presence in Kenya, theoretically you will have the whole of Africa with 1.3 billion people for you to service. So we want you as Kenyan companies to be ready, to be cognizant, to be aware of these opportunities, because we are spending a lot of money, a lot of time negotiating common protocols, common custom issues. But if you are not ready to take advantage, because we see a lot of push from Nigeria, from South Africa, from Egypt, we must be able to take advantage of these opportunities. And so we want to invite you not only to do business in Kenya, but also to look at regionally and to look at Africa, because we are all African. With those many remarks, let me thank you for the work you're doing. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for BS Trade, Dr. Mukhana Juma. Now let me call my Senator Edwin Sifuna. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed, other than welcoming those of you who are not from Nairobi to the city of Nairobi this morning. I really don't have much to say because I was here to listen and learn. I was looking forward to first engaging with the presentation that you have for us, so that we get to know what it is that you do in a more intimate manner. Then we can have a chat. I really get embarrassed every time somebody stands here and says the senator is leaving. Everybody hostage. So I am not leaving. Probably my brother Ososi, because he's the chair of the committee and he has to be there, we will have to excuse him. But for me, really, I just want to say welcome to Nairobi, and then I take a seat, and then I take in some information, and then we can have after that, if that is okay with you. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Let me call Senator Osesi Godfrey. Welcome.
Thank you very much. The PS for Trade, who has just walked out, my colleague, Senator from Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna, Commissioner Kidogo, and all the distinguished guests. Amujambo. You know, my name is so difficult to pronounce. And sometimes even some people just ignore to pronounce it because of the difficulty in pronouncing it. The name is Godfrey Osoti. Osoti, that's a Kenyan name. I am the senator of Vihiga County and also the chairperson of the County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee in the Senate. And therefore, the right person to address you today here, given that I take care of public investments in the counties. Senator Sifuna said it's bad manners to announce someone is leaving shortly, but we have agreed with him that he will remain here until the end, as I go to handle some other matters in the Senate where I'm chairing the committee. But to also say that I had an opportunity to meet the leadership of this company in my office. They took me through the solutions, their products, and I am ahead of you because I've been introduced to all this. I want to say that it's exciting to have a company that is largely driven by youth, youthful people. It is really, really a good thing. And that is the direction we want this country to take, so that the youth of this country are meaningfully engaged in business. That way we'll be assured that we have a good future as a country. So I want to congratulate you for this vision and for the solutions that you provide in the market, the elevators. And I also want to agree with the Honorable PS that I think we need to empower businesses in this country. And he has talked at length about what they are doing to provide the right environment for the growth of business in this country. I want to say that as legislators who represent your interests in the county or in the Senate, we will endeavor to come up with the laws that will promote business in our country and in our counties. We know there are challenges that businesses go through, issues of delayed payments, pending bills. The famous pending bills is a big problem in our counties. I want to say that Senate, we are taking the matter very seriously to address it. Housing is a very important aspect in our economy. We support the growth of housing, but we would like to call on those who are proposing a 3% deduction from our baseline to consult more, consult Kenyans more, so that we come up with a program that is sustainable and that is going to be supported by Kenyans. Otherwise, I fully support this initiative, and I will be readily available to support you in the coming days in your business initiatives and in programs like this, because we want this country to grow towards the sky. And the only way they can grow towards the sky is having the right and quality lives which are going to be provided by folks. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, Senator Asante, for your time. Now you can take that French leave, which you so desired. And Asante for making time to be with us here. Let me just switch on this microphone. Thank you. So just to provide a synopsis, again, we want to welcome the guests who have accepted our invitation to be here with us. I now recognize the presence of the lawmaker who represents the Kamukunji constituency at the National Assembly, Honorable Yusuf Hassan. Thank you for your time, as well as the representatives from the other important stakeholders who are with us here for this very interactive session to change ideas, to extend the knowledge that all of them have in their respective capacities and their professional landscape that they do represent. With us are representatives from the Gulf Cup Real Estate. May you just stand up? We have two representatives here. The Chief Executive Officer is here with us, Chris Ochieng. Thank you. Chris Ochieng is the Chief Executive Officer of Gulf Cup Real Estate, as well as the Chief Financial Officer, Samir Shahbal. This is the company that is undertaking the 20 billion Kenya shillings worth Karioko housing project, isn't it? Recently launched by the President in the Starehe constituency that is near Kamukunji constituency. Thank you for making time. Your presence is valuable. We appreciate your company. We don't take it for granted. As well as the grasp design representative, we have Mr. Garmuk Singh Panasel. Please stand up. He is the director and the principal architecture of the grasp design. Later we'll be having a presentation on by these very representatives who are here, as well as the presence of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission Commissioner, Dorcas Sekedogo. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for making time. Ahmed Yare, please, may you also rise? And Wave Isli Business District Association representative, who will be with us shortly as a representative of the business body in Isli, that is in the constituency of Kamukunji, representatives from the other stakeholders, the banks, the engineering community, and also members of the diplomatic corps who are with us here to give us their presentations as to what brings us here today. Just a synopsis of why we are here this morning at the Villarosa Kempinski is because of this event organized by Vox Elevator and Crystal Vox Elevator. We have representatives as well from the other companies that are sister party, Crystal, and also Zad Consult, who will be making their presentations here. And this is on the important question of housing. This is an initiative that not only the government is embarking on, but also we have the private sector who have representatives here who are as well are making their input as to the funding question that informs quality housing, which informs quality life, and that is, of course, principally a responsibility of those who are in power and also the private sector. And the assurances given by the PS who has just addressed this important gathering, and also the Senator, Godfrey Osotsi, who shed light on the need for investment and opening up the frontiers across the counties and the payment down to the suppliers who are as well very integral in the delivery of quality housing. That is in a nutshell what brings us here, ladies and gentlemen. I again want to thank you for gracing us, for accepting the invitation that we had extended to you. Now, this gathering was made a success by the young men and women who have put their energy, time, and dedication to make sure that you are here and your presence is therefore valuable, making the phone calls out of your very busy and tight schedule to be here with us. And allow me now to welcome a representation of them, starting off with Ilhan Dahir, who is from the Amco Group of companies, to make a presentation and tell us more about the input and what the expectations are. Karibu.
Good morning. How are you? So my name is Ilhan, and as many of, I think, people who are in our offices know me as the managing director of Zada, but I'm also a daughter, I'm also a sister, and I'm also an aunt. And I think all these companies were born by Amco Group of companies, and Amco Group of companies came from two individuals, both from my father and my mother, and those were immigrant people from Somalia, and they came here to survive, and their survival brought them a distinction of difference within the community. And for us, as a daughter, gives me the opportunity to express my ambition as well, because everything that I feel comes from my mother and my father. And the theme today is about sustainability. And for us, we need to understand where sustainability comes from in terms of urban development. We have a lot of influx of population as urbanization comes in, but we need to understand how sustainability is through our businesses. How do we make businesses thrive within their own societies and their environments as they increase their productivity and also financial success? So as I said, Amco Group of companies is a company that came from two people, individual people who wanted to survive in this country, came from a war, and they started their business as retailers. So they opened up the first shopping mall in Italy called Amco, And for them, it was about basic needs. Am I able to survive in a way that I'm able to sustain my family? And through that, I think their ambition grew. They saw gaps in the community, and also they saw gaps in terms of how they're also consumers to begin with before they became differences of different companies. So we have Vox Elevator that comes from installing of lifts, and that came from a gap in the market in terms of policies, in terms of increase of Vox, in terms of increase of lifts. We have Crystal Solutions. Crystal Solutions provide a renewable source of energy in terms of solar heating panels. We have Zada Consult. We've been in the construction industry for 35 years, and through that, we've understood what the consumer wants, what we want from the construction industries and policies from the National Construction Authority. And for that, we also consult in construction. We also have an inbuilt of Westline Construction, whereby it facilitates our construction. We have an ongoing development called 3408 Belva, and that is a distinction of its own because we've understood what the consumer wants and at the price tag at what it wants. And for that, it makes a difference for us to understand the identity of who we are. So as I said, what does sustainability mean in business? You know, business is not about making profit, it's about the impact it creates to its own environment, to its own society, and they need to understand the differences that they have within their societies. And as an example from the community that I come from, we thrive well in very populated places, but we do not understand how we make money from them. We have a lot of businesses that are thriving in very densely populated areas, but they do not understand what the impact they're giving to their communities. So they need to understand that aside from making money, they need to have a differences on the environment in the aspect of how are they causing the noise pollution based on living in a densely populated area like Isli. You know, Isli is a very diverse people who come here, but also very populated with people of my community. So how are we able to thrive in a community that gives a lot of productivity in terms of taxes to the government? And how are we able to sustain our environment based on natural resources in terms of like pollution, noise pollution, environmental differences, and also the effect businesses has on society. We have businesses that thrive well in densely populated areas, but do they give back to the society? Do they improve their infrastructure? Do they improve their healthcare? Do they improve their educational system? We don't need to move from one place to the other if we are able to sustain our societies. So in the long version, we need businesses that are able to thrive in the long term in the aspect of understanding where they come from, understanding who they are, and understanding the impact they create on the business. Why is sustainability important? I think sustainability is important because it's just more than making profits. I think due to climate change, economic inequality, and other global challenges that impact the communities, I think it's now more than ever that businesses are supposed to be purposely driven. You know, they're not just money-making machines, they're able to thrive in economies that have imbalances within their societies and how they're able to impact them in terms of change. We also see that 64% of major global companies publicly disclose their carbon targets up by 7%. And that comes from sensitivities that companies have with the environment that they have in terms of the global environmental change that is happening in terms of what happened in Turkey, in terms of starvation in the northern part of our region, in terms of climate change. So for them, they're able to understand what their carbon input is and how they're able to sustain them in terms of giving them the understanding of how much their effect is on the environment. Also, a 2019 study found that 73% of global consumers are willing to change their consumption habits to lessen their negative impact on the environment. And sustainable product sales have grown by nearly 20%, meaning that the global consumers are more sensitive to what they are buying, more sensitive to who they are supporting, and therefore they're able to understand their own impact on the environment. So therefore, sustainability does not detract from business goals. Infusing a company with purpose can attract a motivated skill force that drives financial success. And a good example of that is Mark Bertolini. Mark Bertolini is the CEO of Antina. Antenna is a health insurance company. So as a CEO, he understood who the employees were. Therefore, what he did was he raised the minimum wage to $16 an hour, and he slashed the health insurance cost for his lowest employees. That effect nearly impacted Antenna. 12% of Antenna's workforce benefited from the move. So this is a person who understands the values of his employees, the values and impacts that he brings to them, and therefore making this change to his people gave a difference to the company, and I think increased their social welfare as well. Even investors are asking for a purpose. Larry Fink, who was the CEO of BlackRock. BlackRock is it's a private equity firm. It's the largest equity firm, and investors are also looking for a purpose in terms of who they want to invest in the business. And I quote from his quote, it says that society is demanding companies, both public and private, serve a social purpose. To prosper over time, every company must not only deliver financial performance, but also show how it makes a positive contribution to society. Companies must benefit all their stakeholders, including shareholders, employees, customers, and their communities in which they operate. So investors are able to want to sustain their businesses with people who are able to benefit at a wide range of 360 degrees, including employees, customers, and also shareholders. And a good example of that is President Ruto. He recently understood the sensitivities that are happening within the East African region, and he said that there's a huge differences that are happening right now with Somalia, and he's asking the African Union, why are we not able to sustain Somalia? Why are we not able to provide the financial capacities that Somalia needs? I think it's because we are selfish with our own selves. That's why we're not even able to sustain other economies, because we're not able to understand our own economies. We are not able to understand the gaps that our economies have. Also, executives also say purpose matters in the business. An organization with a shared purpose will have employee satisfaction. 89% of executives say that. As well as 84% say that our business transformation will have greater success if it is integrated with purpose. So most of the people who are making changes in these organizations also see that having purposely driven organizations increase not only success, but also increase financial success as well. But why do we need purpose? Why is purpose important in the business? I think where we are right now at the moment, in the aspect of just being a business that makes money, we need a business that is capable of understanding where it is. So our historical focus of me right now seems increasingly problematic in the light of challenges we face. We faced a global COVID-19, we're in a global recession, so companies need to understand how they are operating, how they are affecting their societies. Even people who are coming within the workforce, both millennial and baby boomers, are demanding that their work have a meaning. I think people who are in the same age as I am are willing to actually sacrifice their own in terms of how much they make, so as to prosper in terms of their own life purpose. I think the alignment of people who look like me and people who are in the workforce right now want purpose in their organizations. They want to be felt like it is important for them to work, not for only money, but they bring the changes that they bring in the organization. New research in economics and psychology is highlighting the role that purpose can play in driving motivation, productivity, and creativity. Therefore, it's important for businesses to understand why they need a purpose to thrive in societies that have differences in what they do businesses at. And I think that is basically in constructions. And I think most of Somalis right now have a boom in construction, and they need to understand why are they constructing, why do we need to actually develop, so that if they understood, I think the driving motivation would also make them feel that they need to make a difference within their societies. So through Amco Group of companies, how have we understood our purpose, and how have we driven that purpose through our organization? I think we understood our shared beliefs Our workforce productivity has increased exponentially as the employees share the organization's moral and factual belief. So as we employ people through our organization, we make them understand that not only do we make things work for them, but we need their own personal goals to be aligned with the goals of the company. And through that, we have a common goal through effective communication, clarity, and teamwork that eventually drives performance. I think our identity and reputation, being in the industry for the last 30 years, gives us the credibility for us to understand who we are in the aspect of where we are in terms of trusting. Like, we motivate through trust in terms of our employee. We have transparency, and through that transparency, everything comes along through our Islamic faith. I think being Muslims gives us the understanding of how we deal with people and the importance of how our societies mean to us. Therefore, we've strategically partnered with non-profit organizations that share a common purpose and driven goal. I think also another thing that actually has made our company thrive is authenticity, because most organizational skills rest on actions that you cannot put on a legal contract. Therefore, we motivate through trust, and we ensure that employees do their best based on how they understood their work, and also give them their best ability to work for themselves. And therefore, the organization has hired over 350 employees across all businesses. We've ensured fair hiring practices, encouraged volunteerism in our workplace, reduced gender pay gap, and also gender hiring processes. I think it's important for us to be authentic, because I think leaders who are really authentic drive a way of making the team feel that they have a purpose within themselves. But purpose alone is not enough. Even if the organization invests in its employees in terms of motivating them, empowering them, but if they don't have any strategic alignment to the goals of the company, we see that the environment that they thrive in has increased, but the return on asset is flat. So that means that organizations do hire people who can train them, work for them, but they do not have an alignment of strategic goals within the organization. But if you include clarity to your organization, meaning that as much as you empower employees to do better and have a strategic alignment with the organization, also the management should have clarity in terms of how they work, how their workspaces are, and what the objective of the company is from them. So these are examples of sustainable business practices, I think, in the renewable energy sector in terms of green, that companies can adopt, whereby you can implement renewable energy sources like solar panels that can reduce electricity cost. You can reduce wastage through recycling and composting program, sourcing materials from sustainable and ethical suppliers, like we did. We have partnership with Amco Group that on the current constructions that we have. So by adopting a purpose will not hurt your performance if you do it authentically and well. It's the marriage between a good business model and strategic purpose that drives performance. So it's not all about businesses who make money. It's about how do you make money and also sustain your environment, make an impact, improve society, and also have a vision and a goal of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ilhan. Much appreciated, Asante. Thank you so much. At the best interest of time, and many thanks for the presentations and laying an understanding for stakeholders who are here to and perhaps walk away this evening home with at least an impact of the knowledge that was provided by my colleague Ilhan, who had put all that presentation together for a summary of what needs to happen in terms of sustainability. It's not only putting the cash into it, it must be a return on investment, and the bottom line of the consistency needed in the quality of the business, the output of the business that she has laid an emphasis on. Let me now again take this opportunity to welcome Mohammed Malim and Vivian Wangoi Vox. They will be talking about the mobility question, and because much about the housing is that in the 21st century, mobility is very essential, and Vivian Wangoi, and I will have to limit you to maximum 15 minutes. With this running order, because we have different speakers who will be wanting to the podium. Karibuni. Yes, I'll start with you, Vivian, the technical bit, and then Mohammed will do the other bit. Asante.
All protocols observed, good morning. My name is Vivian Mbui, Head of Finance and Production, Vox Innovator. Thank you for honoring our invite. We'll see you. I will hand it over to my
all protocols observed. Good morning once again. Assalamu alaikum. I am Mohammed Maalim, Head of and Marketing Vox Limited. In our theme today, that is sustainability in our development. That's that is solution oriented. We bring to the market or the innovation world a tech blend of German motors with the finest Chinese. So what do? We supply, we install, we maintain and service elevators. This is what we do. Not only elevators, but also escalators and walkways. Since 2016 until today, we have worked on over 200 projects, 76 ongoing installations at the moment, and already 350 installed elevators, serving approximately over 500,000 human traffic every day. Not only in Kenya, but we have expanded our wings in Somalia. We also have an office in Somalia. Our office in Kenya is situated at Parklands. This year, we are looking at expanding our wings to as far as Tanzania, Ghana, Ethiopia, and also South Africa. So as the sustainability takes forward, sustainability of our urban development takes forward, we are always coming up with new innovations, new ideas of bringing better and better products to the market. So, also, not forgetting that this will not have been achieved without the contribution and the support from our clients. And I ask you to give a round of applause to our clients. Thank you so much.
As my colleague had said, in alignment with today's theme, so we at Vox Elevator aid in sustainability in upward mobility in the following ways. So at Vox Elevator, we ensure that we reduce our carbon emissions and energy consumption by providing energy efficient elevators that use variable voltage, variable frequency drives, LED lighting, and smart controls to conserve energy. We also ensure that our elevators have smart elevator systems which use sensors and algorithms to optimize elevator usage, reduce wait times, and minimize energy consumption. At the moment, we're also looking into venturing into the use of renewable energy sources, such as solar or wind to power our elevators. The use of solar energy or wind energy will also reduce the reliance on fossil fuels and also contribute to a cleaner environment. Adding on, as my colleague had said, our products, at Vox Elevator, this is our products. We specialize in installation of elevators, escalators, and moving walkways. So I will take you through on the different types of elevators we have, which are, as you can see on the screen, we have passenger elevators. These are elevators used in commercial and residential buildings. So this ones are, let's say for example, when you were all coming second floor, you used an elevator. So essentially that is a passenger elevator. And we have hospital elevators which are used in hospitals. At Vox Elevator, we give elevators with a car depth of minimum 2 meters and a car width of 2 meters with a rising height of 2.7 meters. Why we do this for hospital elevators is to ensure that hospital equipment also fit in there. And also for hospital elevators, we also provide elevators with a lowered COP. What a COP is a car operating panel, such that different patients can access the elevator at different points. We also have hotel elevators. Hotel elevators are used in hotels, restaurants, and we also have dumbwaiters which are also used in hotels. Dumbwaiters are small elevators, let's say approximately 100 kg to 200 kg, which are used to ferry food from one floor to another. Then we also have cargo or freight elevators, which are used in warehouses. So if one of you has a warehouse and you need to move material or equipment from one floor to another, so we recommend using of cargo or freight elevators instead of the other type of elevators, because cargo elevators, the steel used is quite stronger. So yes, that is a solution we provide for warehouses. For car elevators are used to move cars from one floor to another. This also aids in parking issues, yes. Moving on, why choose us? What are the unique factors for Vox Elevator? Why would we want you to recommend us? Why would we want you to give us your business? So we're currently the only company in Canada that offers a 5-year warranty on all major components of the elevator. At the same time, once you sign with us, and once we finish the installation, we provide you and we give you free maintenance for 12 months and a 24-hour and 24 backup system, which essentially means if your elevator gets spoiled at this point or in the middle of the night, we will ensure that our team is there to solve that issue immediately in a lead time of approximately 30 minutes maximum. So at the same point, we at Vox Elevator, we offer quality products with a long lifespan and also give you as the client a flexible payment plan. We also offer elevators with intelligent card control systems for security purposes. Let me expand on what a card control system is. Most elevators, when you can access all floors at any given point, at any one point. But at Vox Elevator, we ensure that our elevators come with a card. So when we began in 2016, we had the card system being on the COP. What a COP is the car operating panel, which is when you get into an elevator, the place you press the buttons and tell the elevator what floor you want to go to. That is what is called the car operating panel. So when we started, we had card readers on the COP, but as of last year, we introduced the card system on the HOPs. The HOPs is hall operating panel, which is the buttons you press outside the elevator to call the elevator. So as of last year, we started, we introduced intelligence card control systems on HOPs and also on the intelligence card control systems. Let's say, for example, a residential building has up to 15 floors, and let's say, I can see Kran Mohammed is here, lives on the penthouse. Let's say she wants to access the top floor only and doesn't want anybody else to access that floor. We will give her a card that only accesses that floor and nobody else in the same building can't access that floor. If I live on the 12th floor and she lives on the penthouse, she can't access the 12th floor and I can't access her floor. So that is part of what we offer in the intelligence car control system. We also offer automatic rescue device. What this entails essentially is if there's a power failure and you're in the elevator and the elevator gets stuck, so the automatic rescue device automatically senses the power failure and ensures the elevator goes to the next floor and makes sure that you have been released from you have come out of the elevator, the door's open and you're out of the elevator. We also give you custom design. What this means is we provide solutions based on your preference. If you want a silver elevator, if you want a gold elevator, if you want a gold one, we provide that. And also, let's say, for example, you want your logo engraved. Let's say, for example, I have a building and I want a elevator engraved on the same elevator. We do also offer that. And also, we also have a team of expertise who also ensure that our products are delivered and installed in a timely manner. Moving on our project timeline. So once we sign a contract with you, let's say today, we give our clients a lead time of 90 days. So what happens in this 90 days, I will elaborate here. So we have the first point of manufacturing and shipping. We have our products manufactured for 25 days maximum, and shipping approximately 21 to 28 days, then clearing of the same probably 7 days. So essentially, as of now, we're looking at 60 days, and then installation of the same happens in a lead time of 30 days. Our team of expertise, licensed technicians, everybody on site, our technicians, ensure that your project has been installed in 30 days. Then thereafter, on the day we install, handover, and also give you the handover certificate, we also ask, on the day we give you the handover certificate, we also invite the government inspector to come inspect the lift and also ensure that the lift is up to the Kenyan standards. So on the same day we give you the handing over certificate and the inspection report from the government inspector, that is the same day your free service begins. So what this means is, if let's say we finished installation today on 4th of May 2023, you have free service and maintenance up to 3rd May 2024. At the same point, we have 5 years warranty. The 5 years warranty also begins on that day. So if any component gets spoiled from that day within a duration of 5 years, we will replace it for free. I will hand over back to my colleague, Bali.
Thank you, Vivian. That's our lift expert. It's found in more on our products. So what else do we bring to you? We have maintenance and service. Our trained technicians will always ensure that you get your elevators and probably your escalators serviced every month. Not only that, is our able Senator Sosti mentioned, this company has a lot of youth, and so we will always be at your rescue on a 24-hour service and maintenance backup. We're always there to give you a backup at most 30 minutes from the call. We also do major repairs. We offer a full range of repairs and part replacement service for all our products. What else do? We do inspections. Our products undergo routine inspection conducted by not only our internal inspector, but also by licensed technicians to review the fitness of the product. What do I mean by this? There are government inspectors who also come to inspect and see our products. Consultation. We provide consultation services relating to vertical movement. Before we come into terms, we always send our expertise, lift experts, to our able clients who will give more insights about elevators, give more advice on how to go about elevators. So these are some of the projects that we have handled so far. Institutions, we have Chuka University. We installed 6 units, 6 elevators. 4 units which are carrying 1,000, that's a ton, 1,000 kg a ton. This elevator had 15 stops and runs at a speed of 1.75 meters a second. We also have, those are 4. The other 2 units are also 1,000 kgs, 1 ton. They go for 3 stops and they run at a speed of 1.0 meters per second. You'd like to expand on that? We go on to Chuka Level 4 Hospital. We also have installed 3 units at Chuka Level 4 Hospital. 2 units that has 2,100 kg. The same building, we have 1 unit that has 1,000 kgs, 6 stops, and runs at a speed of 1.6 meters per second. Other projects, there's Chakamal. We have 2 units at Chakamal, 1,000 kgs, 1.0 meter per second. We also have the Kale Hotel. We have installed a panoramic elevator that is 1250 kg, 11 stops, and runs at a speed of 1.6 meters per second. Other projects we have Najah apartment, we have 2 units there, and we also have Prima Park apartment. Other things that we take up in is a company. We don't only like be in this business because of the business aspect, but we recognize our responsibility, our corporate social responsibilities. For the last 3 years, we have been giving back to the society, taking part in helping the less fortunate in the society. Not only that, we have also contributed a lot in the economy. What do I mean by this? Vox Elevators has either directly or indirectly employed over 500 people, meaning we have direct employers at the company who also give life income generation to those people who are in small-scale businesses like our mama bogas and the taxi drivers and all these people. So in Vox Elevators also, we give opportunity to the youth. For instance, all our departments are headed by people who are under the age of 35, meaning that all our head of departments at Vox Elevators are people who are youthful. So such is how Vox Elevator is taking part in corporate social responsibilities. We are honored to present our company to you. Thank you so much for honoring our invite. You can reach us on the contacts there. Thank you.
Asante Mohammed and Vivian. I thought when I said 15 minutes is as strict as when you work for a television station. My director would have been mad with you today. Senator Sifuna and Honorable Yusuf can attest to that because they know the pressure behind television station. Thank you for the apt representation of the mobility aspect of this. Before I welcome the Crystal representative as well as that consult, allow me to welcome the Member of Parliament, Honorable Yusuf Hassan. I understand. As Amos Ongere gets prepared. Amos will be speaking after the Honorable Member and the Senator Nairobi County. You recall that they have other very weighty matters that await them and the nation at large, so we give them time so that they can be able to shed light. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayub. Good morning. It's really a great pleasure to join you here in this particular occasion. I take real pride in the sense that the Amco Group of companies is rooted in my own constituency, my own neighborhood, obviously. And Abdullahi Amco, the patriarch, has been a close friend and a supporter of me since I ventured into politics. And I see that the youngsters are also prominent in this particular business, because I find many of the Somali businesses now, young people are going somewhere else. They're not interested in their fathers or mothers or their families' businesses, but I see that Ilhan and Mohammed have taken very strongly and have expanded the entrepreneurial skills of the founder. And therefore, I like to say congratulations, and I want to wish you very well. I also want to use this opportunity perhaps say some few things about the major role ISLI is playing in our development as a country, our growth as a city, being one of the fastest growing business hubs, providing economic opportunities, providing employment, and also contributing enormously to our revenue, our internal revenue, both the Kenya Revenue Authority as well as the Nairobi City Council, county. And also how this neighborhood, which was predominantly a residential neighborhood when Amco established businesses there, has now become a city within a city. And in fact, many of the people who started initially now are spreading out into parklands, into Kilimani, into South Sea. So I think the role of this particular community in our growth and our development is not acknowledged all the time. And so this is an opportunity to say that in fact they are contributing a lot and playing a big role in our development. So I'd say business is the driving force of our economic growth. And if you look, business creates job opportunities, in our country desperately needs employment for our young people. And I'm glad, although I see some sense of discrimination against the wazee, naona vijana wanachukua nafasi kubwa, na ni jambo la kufurahisha, na kwa hakika ni jambo la kushangilia kwamba vijana wana. So job creation is an important aspect. The other aspect I see the Eastleigh business community is providing is infrastructure development. There's a lot of businesses that have been set up, not only in Eastleigh but in different parts of the Nairobi, apartment blocks that provide housing, growing housing opportunities for upcoming, upwardly mobile people. I see that also they are involved in innovation, bringing in new technology. You know, when you listen to the elevators and the different types of elevators that are provided, you understand that in fact Nairobi is getting the best of the technologies available outside there. The other aspect that I'm also excited about is the fact that they contribute to economic growth, which I've mentioned, by paying tax, by creating opportunities. They're also contributing to our GDP, which is often not acknowledged. Finally, I think also I want to congratulate them in their corporate social responsibility and providing opportunities to the less fortunate, providing internship and training to young people, and also putting back some of the profits and the resources that they get in terms of their business. And finally, I think I want to congratulate Ilham because, you know, our environment, climate change, global warming, all those things are going to affect our lives. And as young people, I think it is important that you're taking this up. You're in the front, up front. You may blame us maybe for living a much worse world than we found. But I think the responsibility is on you for you to start putting into place some of the changes that you desire in your lives and creating a better environment than we did. And I think that that particular talk about sustainability seems very important because mostly you think businesses would not be interested in that. But I think businesses are waking up, and many businesses are incorporating into their programs and into their development the concept of sustainability and protecting our environment. So once again, I want to congratulate Amco Group of companies and also the other companies that are presented here, the other business leaders that are presented here. And I want to wish Amco Group of companies every success, and I hope we will grow together in our city, in our country, and in our region. Thank you so much.
Asante, honorable member. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa,
Yes, Senator.
has
Yes.
asked me to introduce you.
Okay, thank you.
Au nimepata vibaya. And it is a great pleasure for me to introduce my friend, the very bright, articulate, and my senator, Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Yusuf. Together with those who came in late, this is actually the second time I'm standing here. I was here earlier, Mheshimiwa Yusuf, to welcome everybody. Because we only had a rural senator in the house, who even when you speak about these things called elevators. I don't know if, Commissioner, can you confirm that they lived in the whole county of Vihiga? At the governor's office? Okay. Those of you who are here can understand why the city senator chose to stay, because this conversation is more relevant to me than the senator of Vihiga. But I'll brief him on the discussions. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa Yusuf, for joining. When Elan was speaking about authentic leaders, if you want an example of an authentic leader, you will find it in Honorable Yusuf. He's a good man. Even for me, when I was running for Senate, alinishika mkono, akanitembeza kampuni mzima. Hakuna mahali Yusuf alikuwa anaenda ananiacha. By the way, Yusuf, I wanted to ask, there is that hotel we used to meet opposite Pumwani. Urban Point, before we went to the rallies. I am sure it's not you guys who installed that lift in that hotel, because it is one of the smallest and slowest lifts. Yusuf, you should arrange that good people replace that lift there. So I want to do a full introduction of myself. My name is Edwin Sifuna. Not just a senator of Nairobi, I'm the Secretary General of the ODM party, the largest party by following in East and Central Africa. I am also a member of the Senate Transport and Housing Committee. That's why I'm here. I am also a member of the Senate Energy Committee. So before you get into the other conversation on solar and sustainable energy, it's also something I find very relevant. I am also the Deputy Minority Whip in the Senate, and lately a member of the National Dialogue Committee. And immediately I leave here, I am going to a meeting of that committee, Honorable Yusuf, so that we can have a conversation about a few issues. Zile zinasumbua wa Kenya ndio wakati tunaongea mambo ya lift. Unasema 1200 kg ya lift itabeba mtu mwenye hajakula. Na ule amekula ikibeba watano itaenda juu ama haitaenda. So I am very privileged to be here this morning because this conversation is very relevant for me. They say that almost half of humanity, 3.5 billion people, live in cities such as ours, and most of them are what we call the urban poor. About 800 million or so across the globe live in what we call informal settlements. And here in Nairobi we are having very serious conversations about how we are going to house this urban population. I was told there's a difference between affordable housing and low-cost housing. But there are conversations that are going on parallel to each other, and we as a leadership must be involved. I am aware that there is a limit as to how many floors you can go up without installing a lift. Is it 4 or 5? 5 floors. But if you have ever been to Pipeline, however, how many of you have ever been to Pipeline? Yes. We have seen that in the recent past, the authorities, at least the city council, has not been very serious in enforcing that requirement that once you go 4 or 5 floors up, you need to install a lift. As for me, as your senator, I know that it is a problem in terms of the health risks for the people who live in those buildings. But for you people, you should be concerned because it's a very serious loss of business. If we insisted that we are going to enforce the building code, there would be a longer presentation of where you've installed your lifts. And this is a conversation I'm willing to have with you because we need to go back to enforcement of our building code so that we ensure that there is safety and also convenience for the people who actually live in those buildings. An argument has been made that installing lifts increases the building cost. And you as people involved in this particular area must have the ability to convince people who are going into construction that in fact installing such an amenity is just as important as installing water or having water on your premises or having electricity. Of course, we also have the challenge of availability of electricity in many of these areas. Electricity is not very reliable. So yes, you can have a lift, but nobody wants the experience of being stuck in a lift because there is no electricity. And I was very interested to hear that you have come up with solutions to people getting stuck in the lift. As a senator of Nairobi, I would like to see a situation where we have a review or an audit of all the lifts that have been installed in this city. Because there's some buildings who got lifts, I think in the 1900s. And it's not the same experience as the modern technology that we have. How many of you know Studio House? You know Studio House? Can you describe the lift in Studio House? It's terrible. I don't think even just getting into that lift requires a very serious feat of courage. You get in, then there is multiple doors that you draw yourself. Then there is something like what do you call that thing outside? Yes, like it has a fence. And I think it can only carry 2 people. So I think we need to have a review of all the lifts that have been installed in the country, in Nairobi especially, so that we can have an opportunity to modernize them, because some of them have actually become obsolete. Then there is a question of every time we have a conversation in the Senate with investors. I told you I am in the energy sector, in the energy committee, and one of the key discussions we've been having is on the cost of electricity. So whenever these so-called IPPs come before us, we noticed a certain trend that many of these people, the players in the energy sector, the investors in the energy sector, have registered their companies outside Kenya in the so-called offshore safe havens. And initially, our thinking, of course, when you see that as a politician, you become very suspicious, because there's also the discussion about Kenyan politicians and civil servants running to register shell companies in these areas, and then they claim it is a foreign company, they come and set up business and do business with government entities. But then in the course of that discussion, we discovered that many of these guys are saying the problem with Kenya is actually financing. And I'm happy to see an Absa banner here. I don't know if the bank is here. Yeah? You guys have been fingered as one of the problems why people cannot register companies in Kenya, especially when they want to set up venture capitals, especially purpose vehicles. Because in the minds of Kenyan banks, this is what they told us. The only security you people know is a title deed. That if somebody is coming to you with a concept, like somebody comes and says, I want to set up a wind power farm in Turkana, you people cannot visualize it. That's the accusation that has been made. Those are not my words. I am a friend of Absa. Please don't close down my account. But this is feedback that you need. So they are saying that there is a problem in appreciating different models of financing of these businesses that they want to set up here. And that we are fascinated as a banking industry in Kenya with securities, title deeds, and those sort of things that lock out investment in these areas where there is heavy investment, especially in the area of sustainability. There is a requirement, actually a law, the Energy Act requires that when you put up a house, it must have solar water heating systems. There is very little in terms of enforcement of compliance for that. And you see many of these high-rise buildings coming up. Nobody is bothered to enforce those things. But if we did, for me as a politician, I know there would be greater convenience for the people, but for you as a company, as a group, you know that that is a very serious business opportunity. I have installed a solar water heating system in my mother's house up country. She's very happy with it, but unfortunately I didn't know you then. So we used the ones who we knew at that particular point in time. But I can assure you that this is the way of the future. It embarrasses many of us. Mheshimiwa Yusuf said as a generation we can blame them for not living the world they found, but also for us it is very embarrassing for me. I'm 41 years old this month, and there is a little teenage girl there, I think she's from Norway or Sweden, is it? Where's Greta from?
Greta Thunberg.
Yes,
Swedish.
She's Swedish. This is a teenage girl who's here fighting for a better country, a better world, that we need to take care of the environment, invest in sustainable energy. And yet you find people my age who don't even appreciate the problem of climate change and the need for us to invest in sustainability. So everything that you are doing, whether it is upward mobility, as you say, in terms of ensuring that those people who live in high-rise buildings have the convenience of lifts, to sustainability, to ensuring that we comply with the requirements of the Energy Act to have water solar heating systems in all our buildings. All of those things are of interest to me as your senator, and as a young person who's also convinced that we cannot continue the way that we are going. We need to find sustainable solutions, even in the energy sector and everywhere else, so that we save our planet. So maybe let me just conclude by saying that for you as a group, as individual companies, there is a lot of potential for you. I am just highlighting some of the opportunities that you have in, even modern housing. Nairobi is one of those areas where we are now deep in the conversation about urban regeneration. We have the old county, city county estates, mainly in Eastlands, that need to be redeveloped. Many of them are going to be high-rise structures. There are conversations from some residents. Ones from Fafa Jericho came to see me and they said, for them, they are happy with the houses of Fafa Jericho the way they are. But we desire, we need to explain to the people that because of the ballooning urban population, it is really not about how good your two-bedroom unit is. We're not saying it is bad, but we are saying that it is sitting on a resource that we require because we need to house more people. If your two-bedroom unit is sitting on half an acre, for instance, it does not represent sustainable use of that land resource, which has become very expensive. So we are convincing them. The only problem is that the leadership, the people who are involved in those projects, need to talk to people. Don't be afraid of the people. Don't be afraid of the people. We had a very serious run-in with the county government of Mombasa and the developer of Baxter. You people saw. You're smiling like you are involved in Baxter. You're involved in Baxter. Don't be afraid of the people. These people are not bad. Just go and explain to him what is the concept of urban regeneration, why is it necessary, how will we secure your interest. Once we complete these units, you will have a unit to your name. This is how you're going to pay it, how long it's going to take for you to pay for this unit. They will cooperate. People are not against urban regeneration. They just want, and in fact it is a constitutional requirement that you involve the people in this development. So there is that opportunity for you. I have seen you've installed lifts in hospitals before. Of course, we have had a conversation with the national government. We need them to hand over back Mama Margaret Kenyatta Hospital because it had been taken over by the national government. There are no lifts there, by the way. So you should visit and see. Once they hand over back to the county government, talk to them, talk to Sakaja, and tell him that you have proper equipment for the hospital. Of course, the audit of the lifts that have been installed already, if we can get to know what lift was installed in which building. I've given the example of Studio House. That lift surely cannot continue to function or to serve the people of that building. And then, of course, there is the opportunity in parking. We have a problem of parking in Nairobi. And I don't think we can continue with those, what are they called? You know, those spiral ramps that take you down to the 10th basement. Yeah? It's a bit scary. I don't know if I'm the only one who finds them a bit scary. And if you are a new driver, they're also very tight angles. So if we're going to develop modern parking, yeah, and I've seen that you have lifts that can carry vehicles, there are going to be opportunity for you there. So I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for your CSR, but I want your CSR presentation to be more than 2 slides. In 1 slide. So that when I help you as your senator to open up these opportunities for you, please also consider that the urban population of Nairobi we have very many needs. We know that you cannot fulfill all of them. But if I come to you and request that, we put up a play area for kids, after you've done a beautiful building like that one, if we can have support. Just this weekend, we were having a conversation with the CEO of Safaricom when he was launching this Chapadimba to come to oil. We have very nice places in Nairobi. Each constituency has like a stadium somewhere. Here in Westlands, if you go to a place called Kiumuini, there is a stadium there, but the playing surface is non-existent. So if you can talk to your friends who can give you AstroTurf, even if it is the AstroTurf that was used in the World Cup in Qatar, second hand, bring it to me, I put it there at Kiumuini, the kids will love it. And I'm sure that there will be more opportunities for us to work together. So I want to stop there and thank you for this invitation. I want to assure you that my office is available for you. We are pro-business. It doesn't matter what you've heard in the news. We are pro-business because we understand that it is business that creates opportunities for these young people that we defend. We understand how a job is created. You know, jobs don't fall from the sky. Yeah? When you're putting up a building such as that, we know how many people it takes for you to put up that construction. So for us, really, we are pro-business, we support you, but people have to understand that we also have to do certain things for us to sort out the mess in this country. So don't begrudge me. I'm a fairly nice person. In the streets, in Senate, in boardrooms such as this, we are very reasonable people. We can always agree. I thank you, and I wish you a fruitful liberation as you continue. Thank you.
Asante, Senator. I can attest you're a good person. And the last time I had you in the studio, we had a heated debate on the accessibility of your office, and ulisema kila mtu ataingia akitaka chai atapata, and you have an open door policy. So for our guests who are joining us here and who have joined us as well this morning, allow me to just bring you up to speed with those who are joining us of what's happening here and why we are here. This is a forum that focuses on sustainable urban development, sustainability in the powering of clean and affordable energy efficiency in upward mobility, that was put together by Vox Elevator, Crystal Solution, and Zada Consult. The first two have made their presentation. The third will be coming here to the podium after the break, the short break that we'll be having after this. So again, that is generally what has brought us together. This is a forum which is more or less a path for knowledge and an interaction session where we are going to be exchanging ideas, and that provides also a platform for networking that brings together different stakeholders, representations from key stakeholders, may I say, in this very project that the government and the private sector both are interested in and are focusing with adequate attention. You have seen what has been happening, and we'll be having a panel session with representatives from different stakeholders to shed more light on the banking question, the money, how it goes into it, the cooperation with the government, how that money is done, the timing question, the quality of the housing, and how that informs in the long term the quality of life in Nairobi, as to what the Senator said is the ballooning population of Nairobi County. Asanteni, may I say that again. So when we get back from the tea break that we are going to be having shortly, and please, let's keep it to 20 minutes. I want the sugar levels to rise. Food is very important. That's before I make the recognition. So we get back 20 minutes, have some quick presentations by stakeholders. There are some people who are here. They have accepted the invitations, their flights to catch, and they are very key stakeholders. We have to hear from them. And allow me now to to appreciate the presence of His Excellency Rohit Vadwana, the Deputy High Commissioner, the Indian Embassy, and the DPR to the United Nations Environmental Program and the United Nations Habitat in Nairobi. Please, if you may stand up so that people can see you. As well as, I understand there are also other guests who are here with us. Allow me to also recognize them. We have Mahmoud Ahmed, the former Chief Executive Officer and the current Advisor of Business and Investment at the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. Thank you. And as well as to all of those who are present here and have accepted the invitation that this wonderful team has extended to you, and we therefore say thank you. We don't take it for granted. That is very valuable, and at the best interest of time, it's now 54 minutes past 10. That's about 6 minutes to 11. So can we be sure here by 11:15? Yes. After the quick tea break, then some presentations, panel discussion, question and answer session. We need to hear from you because we are not just pulling you here so that you are just seated. We also want to hear your ideas. No one has monopoly of ideas. It's always said that whoever is seated and a keen listener is a very important stakeholder. So questions, comments, queries on what you have, because there are going to be panelists who are expert in that field, will provide more information because they are a chamber of information to that effect. So let's break for that tea. 11:15 to tumeketi. Wale wajamaliza kunywa, you can come with your tea as we proceed. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
from Crystal Solutions, and we're glad to have you here. Before I came in, a friend of mine asked me, kwani wewe hujaenda maandamano? And the first thing I said is, you need to be updated on your news, you need to check, constantly updated, and the senator said clearly that they're engaging the bipartisan approach to ensure that all our issues are resolved, right? Okay, so for us to create sustainable cities and communities, we need to accord to the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, that is the clean and affordable energy. And Crystal Solutions has championed that by ensuring that advocacy and action towards having a clean and affordable energy is championed through our actions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Crystal Solutions, and our key performance indicators are quality, innovation, and sustainability. If you check the current research, if you check on Google right now, you will see that the current electricity tariffs, initially it was at 21 shillings per unit, it has now increased to 26 shillings per unit. So that is approximately 19% increase. The vision of Kenya 2030 is to identify new renewable sources of energy. And Crystal Solutions has taken part and decided to be part of this change. And so did you know, as a developer, as stakeholder, or dignitaries in all the property development, real estate sector, that in any of the premises, any new premise, in your design, you should provide a solar water heating system installation. Did you know that? Members, did we know that? That in all our new premises, we must ensure we have a solar water heating system installed. Failure to which you have to comply with the regulation of the Energy Act 2019. That is just an overview of sustainability in energy, in solar energy. Let's talk about Crystal Solutions. Who is Crystal? Who are we? So Crystal Solutions, we design solar water heating systems and solar panels. We have successfully completed over 50 projects in real estate. We have 7 years of experience in the renewable sector, and we offer comprehensive and competitive product range with regional availability. You can find us on all platforms. What we do specifically is that we provide solar panels for lighting apartments. They serve as backups for lighting, and we also have hot water solutions that include the heat pumps, the boilers, the air conditioning systems, and integrated systems between different sources of energy. That is what Crystal Solution entails. Now, why are we still working as Crystal? Why Crystal? Why should we choose Crystal? Crystal Solution has offered comprehensive energy solutions for the corporate world that we have decided to curb the cost of energy. Right now, if you go to as a developer or as an owner of an apartment, most of the tenants, what they tend to say is, hiyo bill ni kubwa sana, ya electricity imepanda sana, ya maji imepanda sana. But then what solution can we try to reach a compromise, a middle ground between the tenant and the owner of the house? We have to look on other renewable sources of energy that includes tapping into solar energy. And Crystal Solution offers that. We offer exclusive 5-year warranty for the water heating systems. We have free maintenance for a period of 1 year. Our in-depth knowledge in terms of our experts who are trained and licensed by EPRA, they ensure that all the regulations and standards are actually followed through EPRA, which is a local organization in Kenya, and ISO standards, which is international. Which sectors do we focus on mainly? We focus on the real estate sector and hospitality sector, ensuring that solar panels that serve as backup solutions and solar water heating systems are actually developed. So these are some of our services, as you can see on your screens. We have standalone systems on this side. This, as you can see, the tank and the solar, they are both part of the roofing system on top. And we also have a split solar system where the solars are situated on the top floor, and then the tanks have a controller room where they are located in. So this is what we specify, and we also have, in the newest trend in 2023, our latest product is a heat pump system. This system combines both electrical energy and compressed air to generate electricity. At the end of the day, we are looking at the energy bill to be as low. So this integral system is able to efficiently generate heat from just air, not just the solar heat. Now, these are some of our projects that we have actually done, just to give you an overview. We have done Amco Park View Apartment. We have done in Primo Park, Theta, and Santorini. So we have supplied, we have delivered, we have done what we call installation and maintenance, and solved all our clients' renewable energy needs. Lastly, our promise to you as Crystal is that we want to provide to you what we call custom design solutions, cost savings that ensures electricity and water bills are catered for, and timely supply and delivery, that we are able to deliver on time with the developers, with the owners, with the architects that are here, and all the stakeholders that are in need to partner with us. Thank you so much. My name is Emo Songere once again, and this is Crystal Solutions. Make sure you reach out to us in all the social media platforms. Thank you so much.
Amos, thank you. You are a very good timekeeper. You gave me 2 extra minutes. You did it in 8 minutes. Thank you. In my profession, time is money. Hautakosana na director. Good at the end of it. Thank you, Laura, for the notification. I understand that the Deputy High Commissioner of the Indian Embassy and the DPR to the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, and UN Habitat will be speaking shortly as he continues to sip his cup of coffee in under 5 minutes. Allow me to now welcome one of our partners, the Gulf Cup Chief Executive Officer, Chris Ochieng, to come and talk to us about this. Later we'll be having the Chief Financial Officer. Yes, the Commissioner? Okay, please come. CEO, I apologize. No, kind okay, thank you. Asante.
Thank you very much. You invited me here to understand this subject and understand the country's progress in the sector of urbanization, especially in the housing and urban development. I heard the senator speaking, I heard the CEO speaking, and I heard other companies speaking as well. And I'm pretty impressed by the awareness that you have about sustainability aspect in the buildings in urbanization especially. I'm seeing a card here of our company, and that tells me that as Indian diplomat I must do my job by telling you that when you do business you also look at India, because India has a lot to offer in construction sector, and there is no business in Kenya which would find better partner anywhere than in India. Why? Because our cultures are similar, our business values are similar, and we understand each other's need. India has gone through the same path that Kenya is on. The amount of housing requirement in India and affordable housing scheme, especially that India has paved into, is somewhere a kind of example for the world to follow. we launched the scheme Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which means the Prime Minister's residential project that was aimed at providing housing, low-cost housing, affordable housing to poorer people. And it has provided millions of people with roof on their head. Basics, very basic thing, like our Prime Minister's initiative of having toilets in each house. When he was elected, he emphasized that each house should have toilets. And that was surprise for everyone that why Prime Minister is emphasizing on this very simple thing. But the impact of that initiative that we are seeing now is multifold. Not only with government's assistance, even in rural and remote areas, each house now has a toilet. But it has helped the change in society. You consider women's safety in remote areas. You consider hygiene. You consider health and good habits. Everything is linked to this initiative. You consider a complete house. It comes with this initiative. So this ability to see to the small requirement of people has made that project noticeable all over the world, and the world has noticed it. It was accompanied by this low-cost housing for everyone. The aim was to provide own house to each family in India. And we are on the fast pace growth to achieving that target as well. Third thing that Prime Minister emphasized was getting tap water to every house. Har Ghar Jal. Water at every home. That water mission that again helped, that reduced the efforts of women who had to walk 5, 6, 7 kilometers to bring water. And this problem is not new to Kenya as well. We are facing the same situation. But all these aspects were not possible by the government alone. Their success depends on the contribution and active support of people and corporates as well. Here, as the organizer of this symposium, of this event, I congratulate you for having these aspects in your mind when you call of sustainability. Your CSR activities will help in that. And once again, before I end, do business with India, look for some more opportunities there, because you will find some solutions which are cost effective, even for your building and construction sector, as well as any other sector in the urban development. You'll find amazingly cheaper technology there. You'll find something which is very simple yet very useful and reduces many of the hurdles of your day-to-day life. So feel free to reach out to me. You have my contact detail here, and we will be happy to guide you and connect you to the relevant companies. Thank you once again for inviting me here, and all the best for this event.
Thank you, Mr. Rohit. Asante sana. Much appreciated. Shukriya. By the way, before you leave, India recently overtook China as the world's most populous nation with 1.4 billion people. By population, that is. They have more than 800 million registered voters. So Chebukati yawe huko kuna kazi, isn't it? 800 million registered voters, no hiccups, and properly governed in terms of their parliamentary democracy. So we thank you so much. Asante sana. Many thanks. Much appreciated. Mr. Chris Ochieng is the Chief Executive Officer of the Gulf Cup, which is funding the Karioko housing project, recently presided over by the Head of State, Dr. William Ruto, in Starehe constituency, and is here in his capacity as the Chief Executive Officer, together with a member of that team, who is the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Shahbal Jr., may I say that, who are representing the veteran politician from the county of Mombasa, Suleiman Shahbal. Chief Executive Officer, karibu, and your flight is 12:30? Nilihakikisha utabaki Nairobi to be here, but kuna expressway siku hizi.
Thank you, Ayub. Honorable PS President, Honorable Member of Senate, Honorable MPs, NCSC Commissioners, dignitaries present, Amco Group of Company representatives, county representatives, fellow developers and industry specialists, the business community, members of the press, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to be here in your presence. As opposed to doing a presentation, I'll just introduce our company. My name is Chris Ochieng. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Gulf Cup Real Estate, and I'm joined by my colleague, Samir Shabal, who's the Chief Financial Officer. First, I'd like to thank Madam Ilhan on a very informative session of purpose and clarity in our organization. I was just telling her, every day we learn something new. Most organizations are focused on purpose, but not clarity of purpose, and clarity of purpose on what level. So thank you so much for the education we've got today. A brief on Gulf Cup Real Estate. So we are a subsidiary of Gulf Cup Investment, which was formed in Dubai a few years ago. But Gulf Cup Real Estate is a local company formed in 2019. One of our developments is the award-winning development in Mombasa called Buxton Point, where we are going to hand over 584 units starting this week to new homeowners. The other development we are doing is the 17 billion project in Kamkunji, Starehe, called Starehe Point, where I'm happy to announce we have launched our sales today. So please make a call and book a unit. And we are looking at a pipeline. I saw our area governor, he's left from Vihiga. I'll be looking for him very soon to see what I can do also in my home area. Because I'm just building Nairobi and Mombasa, and we've not looked at anything in Western. So there's something as a company we believe, and it says the pathway to owning a house should be fair and equitable. It is the foundation that helps people support their families and contribute to an economy. Owning a house gives you a form of decency. If you think about it, you may be hungry, but you're in your house. You may not have the best clothes, but you have shelter. It's a basic need. It shouldn't be something that is a privilege. It should actually be something that is delivered to every citizen here as a right. That is what you're trying to bridge as Gulf Cup Real Estate. We pride ourselves in developing sustainable lifestyle communities. What do I mean by lifestyle? If I'm privileged enough for my son to be able to sit in a park, all the developments I build should have a park. If I'm privileged enough for my children to go 7 floors with a lift, we should do the same in all our affordable developments. A swimming pool, a walking track, a jogging, and all these things are not expensive really. It is a matter of how you design them, how you master plan them. Because if you look at the scheme of things, 5 million pool against a 17 billion development, really it's nothing. Right? It's us in the industry who become lazy, for lack of a better one, and who are trying to squeeze every single margin from these developments. To me, I think that is not sustainable at all. You should create a development where somebody who has a title or a 99-year lease, their home is not undervalued after year 10, but they get capital gains, appreciations, and a good environment to live in. So we believe in partnerships. Right? That's why we are here. We'd like to deal with folks, we'd like to talk to Crystal Solutions, we'd like to talk with the financiers in the room, ABSA and our bankers, Gulf Bank. We'd like to talk to different people in this. So please feel free, reach out to us. Let's explore, let's see what kind of partnerships we can do together to build the economy of this country. I will be brief as you heard, I have to rush to the airport. So thank you very much. My colleague Samir will still be here to interact with the whole team. Thank you.
Asante Mr. Cheng. Many thanks na usafiri salama. Umetuachia business card. This is important. You know, in my profession, you talk to everyone. Today you are in a presidential palace, tomorrow you are in an informal settlement. So everybody is a source of information. So these are very important to me, so that I keep a file of them. Asanteni. So I had one more presentation from Zada Consult. Before I do that, and as you prepare, it will be a strict 10 minutes. You'll be coming over, right? Okay. Before that, allow me to get the account of Mr. Mahmoud Ahmed, the former Chief Executive Officer and the current Advisor of Business and Investment at the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. And thank you for your patience. We had a bit to tinker with the running order, and that is the dynamism that's often required from any presenter, be it here or otherwise. Karibu, and thank you. How many minutes?
5 minutes.
That's maximum. Thank you.
And thank you. Are you all protocol observed? Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, my name is Mahmoud Ahmed. I'm the immediate former CEO of Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, who insures your deposits. And once your deposits are insured, investments grows. If deposits are not insured, there will be zero investments. Today I'm not talking about deposit insurance. Today I'm here first to applaud the Amco Group for professionalizing Somali business. Somalis are known to be very informal people. But now we can see we are breaking that cycle of now professionalizing our business and even technologizing our business, if there's a word like that. Okay? It's quite impressive to see what these young people are doing. And it's also quite exciting to listen to one Ilhan when she tries to link finance and environment. Because before all of us were thinking what will be the return on my investments. Now they're also looking at what will be the returns to the environment where we are doing this investment, which is very, very important because today globally, we are talking about what? Climate change and climate management. You people have seen what has happened, and if the senator was here, I wanted to ask them maybe to legislate that we should have a certain percentage of greenery in some of these developments. It's very, very important, both for the environment and for the users. And as Ochieng said, I hope his name is Ochieng, the one from Freya. As Ochieng said, we need to make these homes kind of, if I can use a different word, so palatable to the user that they feel, yes, this is home we are coming back to, okay? And folks with their lifts, is quite impressive. And I have rarely seen in Kenya card lifts. I think it's an area we really need to invest in, so that I can have my private floor. That's what the young lady was saying. I can just say this one is only for the 12th floor, so that Wakili does not come to my floor, so that I have some privacy. And I think it's very, very important. Now on the issue of finance, because I'm a financial expert, I've been with the central bank for the last 35 years. And on finance, indeed, I was one of the founders of the Credit Reference Bureau way back in 2010. And indeed, the idea of the Credit Reference Bureau was very different from what it is doing today. At that time, the idea was to decollateralize the loans. That we do what we call credit profiling of the individual, so that a bank knows Muhammad is capable of taking a loan of 100 million without any security. That was the purpose, actually, of the Credit Reference Bureau. But unfortunately, it was hijacked, and now it's being used as to penalize people. It was not meant to penalize. It was meant to incentivize, actually that was the word. It was to incentivize and create what we call a credit culture in our country. Actually, I've even shared this with the top management of this country, that was the purpose of the Credit Reference Bureau, and we need to go back to what do you call it, factory settings, isn't it? To go back to the purpose so that we don't need an investor, we don't need to ask him for a title. Ilhan, we say Ilhan, the way she has been operating her account, 200 million we can give her without a blink of an eye. Give her that money. You're getting it? And then the banks will also manage those projects with Ilhan. Not a bank just to give out money and wait, because what they're happy about is always to charge interest. They should also make sure that the money has gone for the intended purpose, isn't it? Because that is where even some banks are failing. And I think those are things that conversations we need to have so that we can promote. There are a lot of people who have very good ideas but cannot finance it because of what? Lack of collateral. And even collateral, how much can you get from the collateral? Banks, I know, are very, sorry, bankers. Banks are very conservative when it comes to giving loans, isn't it? Because pesa tunaingiza have treasury bills, you know. Yes, but banks should also come out and support developers. They should support the private sector. I'm also amused that the government was here. And if the senator could have been here, I want to tell them also to legislate on what we call ease of doing business. Why should it take us 6 months or 1 year to get an approval plan, surely? Because every day it's costing that contractor, isn't it? Why can't we have a one-stop shop that deals with all these matters from NEMA, whatever you call it, NCA, whatever you call it, like you find other countries, Dubai, those kind of countries. I remember 2002, I went to buy a car in Dubai. It took me 2 hours from the time I bought that car up to the shipment of that car with all the necessary approvals. Because everything was under one roof. Nakumbuka, I prayed 1 o'clock. By 4 o'clock, as I was praying, I drove the car with a plate written export. And I was saying, why can't we do that in our country? Why can't we have a one-stop shop says this is for development so that Mohammed of Zedahir does not need to hop from one office to the other office to the other office, one office, all because he will have the surveyor approval, he will have the engineer approval, he will have all the necessary approvals. But the approval of the county is that which will take him 6 months. I'm not criticizing the county, but we need to efficiently support business. Because for him, every day is a cost. Every day is a cost. So that later we even get even some of these houses at affordable prices. Because when now he factors his costing, you find these houses are very, very expensive. I know Ayub is wondering with me, but I can talk here until maybe Isa comes back. Otherwise, mine is to thank you very much, Amco Group. May Allah abundantly reward you people for actually even bringing out the professionalism in the Somali business. That today we can have these conversations in a group of all these professionals. Actually, that is kudos for you people, and please keep it up. And thank you, Mohammed, for employing very young people. And Senator was worried. You know, we have what we call succession planning. I believe in succession planning. Let's give let us be managing them until when now they are off, so that now we can tell them, because it's good for them to start now, before we start now crawling and then they start doing the business. So we encourage actually that, and I'm sure we also want to thank the government for creating a business environment and creating peace, as we are for peace, and actually that is all. Otherwise, thank you so much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Way past time, but very informative and knowledgeable. Asante. Sorry. My concern is time. So I understand that Gulf African Bank and Gulf are two separate entities, so there will be a representation. Asha, you'll be coming shortly. So allow me to finish up on this, because APSA is also in the line after you, so that we finish up on that and then start the panel session, open up the floor for questions, queries, and comments on what has happened here. Then we'll have, I bet in the last segment everyone has spoken, Yusuf, the NCIC, so we still have a government representation. Thank you. So is that consult? Moniki, briefly, as brief as possible.
personal development, but sustainability is what we incorporate in our day-to-day life. So first, I'd like to introduce Zada Consult as an organization under the Amco Group of company. It's a real estate professional company that is related to property selling, development, and management. We provide a wide, comprehensive solution to our clients, and our portfolio includes both residential and commercial real estate. One of the projects that, mic is not on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh. It's on, just put it near the, oh. Yeah, you're good to go.
So introducing one of the projects that's walking the talk, a project that incorporates everything that we are talk about here, and something that you are very proud of being in Nairobi, because it's setting the standards high. It's showing like developers what we need to do to incorporate whatever that we're doing to the society, also to the end user. It shouldn't be only about the money that we're making from the development. So we have one of a kind project, a sophisticated project that incorporates sophistication, luxury, and sustainability. And it's what I want to tell you about, that 408 Belva. So let's have a project overview and just get to understand what it's all about. So Belva is situated along the 6th Avenue Parklands. I'm sure those of you who have been along that way, you can attest that that's a place that is very serene, a place that anyone would want to have a home there because it's less noisy, it has beautiful views, the air circulation is good because of the Karura forest. So the location is quite impressive to each and every one of us. Also, the standing development has won awards, international awards, and it incorporates 3 different kind of apartments. We have 3 bedrooms, we have 5-bedroom simplex, and 5-bedroom duplexes. Additionally, we've made that 408 Belva a green project just to save on energy and run optimum, providing clients value for their money. So here I just want to show you an overview of how the project is right now as we're talking. We broke ground December 2020 and started the project January 2021. Currently we're working on the 17th floor. As you can see, we have very beautiful views of Karura there. We also have city views from that side. You can see some of the work going on, getting goods from suppliers, and just some talk with the engineers at the basement. Here we can see how involved our developer is, the family is, just to see that this project is a success. It's all about teamwork and making sure that everyone gets to get the best from it. So here is the groundbreaking ceremony. We can see this is a very united family that is very proud of what they're doing, and we can see it can tell the story through the results that you can see. So I can just want to tell you, just to note that Belva is well thought of. 3408, first is the landmark, that's the title number of the project, and also we had to be creative and give it more meaning. So for the 3 standing for the 3 different apartments that we have, 4 showing the 4 different views that each apartment will get, 0 energy waste, being a sustainable project, and 8 first-class amenities. And Belva also originating, it as a name is a Latin origin word, meaning beautiful views, which we believe everyone in the project will have to get those. So some of the key features of the project are a vertical garden and a cascading waterfall. You can imagine maybe from the 20th floor down there just having a very beautiful green wall with cascading water. It's something that we all want to experience, especially in Nairobi. An espresso bar and lounge, just for you to have somewhere to just chill and have your time within the project. Sporting activities, we incorporate bike and also wall climbing, which are unique features. Solar heated swimming pool. I'm sure we all want to have a warm swim and games room as well. Here are some of the amenities that we incorporate on the project. On-site borehole, full power backup generator, 4 high-speed elevators from box, double exit and entry. We all know sometimes it becomes cumbersome when you don't have enough space to enter a project and get out. So us considering that having an entry or exit at 6th Avenue and another one at 5th Avenue through Githuri Estate is something that makes the project more appealing to the end user. We have security, complete firefighting and alarm system, and free Belva ballet trash. So it as a project, we need to support why and how does it incorporate sustainability. And these are some of the things that had to be thought way before the project started. So the green building design. Belva design incorporates sustainable features such as green efficient light, such as energy efficient lighting, appliances, water saving fixtures, and rainwater harvesting system. This rainwater collected and used for landscape irrigation and toilet flushing, reducing the amount of potable water used by the development. We also have the solar power. I'm sure from our presentation by Amos, he mentioned the rising of tariffs from the Kenya Power. So solar power is the most sustainable way of energy that we should all be incorporating in our project, and that's what we've done to reduce the carbon footprint. Also the green spaces. I like what Mheshimiwa has said about every project incorporating green spaces. So in Belva we saw that, and within the project, since we're sitting on half an acre land, that's one thing we should know, and the project having like at most 66 apartments, that's enough to incorporate all the luxury that we want on the project, and also include space on our design to make sure we have a garden courtyard and big balconies that will enable you to put your green plants there as well. We are also bike friendly. We want to adopt that, what do I call it? We want to adopt the sustainable way of now commuting or just moving around. So having a bike park there, for those who live around, you can take your bike and walk, just cycle to work instead of having to use your cars. And also, as we are on an ongoing conversation with the Karura community to enable us and our residents there to have access to the Karura and just contribute to the community. May it be planting trees, may it just be just joining hands with whatever things that they are doing with the community that will enable us to eliminate the carbon emission. Waste management. That Post Road 8 Belva has a waste management system in place that encourages all the residents at least to separate their trash and waste for it to be easier for recycling, and which will promote sustainable practices. Energy efficiency. Apartments are designed with efficient windows and insulation. From where Belva is seated, some people might be concerned, how about will it be so cold? Because overlooking Karura, it's a green place. It tends to be cold. But with how we build the project is to make sure that the insulation of the windows, they won't bring in cold or get off the heat. So that's one thing that we've made sure for energy, we've incorporated that. We also have the smart home technology. This will be made into effect with putting motion sensors, lighting, and also smart locks. This promotes energy efficiency. So some of our partners in the project are in-house organizations that will make Belva a success, as Box Elevators, Crystal Solution, Westline, which are still on the work, and Belva Homes, which is the mastermind of that Post Road 8 Belva. We saw a very big need of why do we really need to incorporate sustainability and this kind of a project in the market. And it's because we're looking at the future, long-term project that even after 10 years, the project will still be very in demand because it meets the end user's goal. Zada Consult, being the sole selling agent, I'm sure most of you will be impressed after maybe this presentation and want to hear how the project is. In case you might be interested, for the astute investors, I'm here for your service. So, just to sum up, that Post Road 8 Belva have included those variety of sustainable features and amenities, encourage eco-friendly living, and minimize the development impact on the environment. This sustainable practice not only helps preserve the natural world, but also enhances the overall living experience for the residents. As part of our commitment to sustainability, we encourage each one of us to take individual action and participate in promoting sustainable practices. By doing so, we can collectively make a significant impact and become leaders in creating positive change in Nairobi and beyond by adopting a sustainable lifestyle. So, as I wind up, I'd like maybe to share a small story. This is just to expound more on what makes that 408 Belva or part of the team under the Amco Group, which you've all seen is very young people. And for these companies to be able to grow and just reach where they are right now, it means there have been sustainable leadership. And you might be wondering how that transfers to us as the people who are helping push these projects and these companies ahead. Earlier this year, we were just traveling with the boss and a few of my colleagues, and a question just came up. Mohammed just being young and being able to see ahead and being able to manage these companies and them being successful. The question is, how have you sustainably been able to be in the market and just what would make a person successful? Let's just put it that way. And I remember he gave us 4 points, which to me felt like that's the kind of thing that keeps me in that organization, because that's sustainable. You may get the money, but sometimes getting the wise ones, getting the blueprints of how you can be able to navigate around is quite, I can say that's the life-changing thing. And I'd like to share with you the 4 things that he shared with us, which some of you, you might be helped by that. And the number 1 thing was purpose. Purpose was number 1. Number 2 was a clear vision. Number 3 was discipline. And number 4 was patience. As you've heard from the Amco Group story, it has been over that years. And for this to have happened, it's because all those things in one way or another have been incorporated. So those are my few closing remarks, and you having seen whatever we are doing, you can all testify that we are walking the talk. We are not just talking about sustainability, but we are living in that sustainable way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Moniki. Asante. Gulf Africa Bank, Asha, then APSA, and then we get to the final part of this entire congregation, which is the panel session. I expect you have a chain of questions, maybe comments, and clarity on some of the issues said here, because we have different stakeholders. There was the policy aspect, there was the investment aspect, there was the regulatory aspect, so you might find a sweet spot in whatever suits you, since you have been part and parcel of this congregation that is here. Thank you.
As I wait for her to set us up, all protocols observed. To the Amco Group, family and team, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. And I think it's good afternoon now, so that means we've been having a very good morning. The fact that we are all here, ready to listen and to appreciate what's been spoken before us. My name is Asha Kempinski. I'm head of product for Gulf African Bank. And we really are grateful, alhamdulillah, for this invitation from Amco Group and for your attendance here and bringing us together so that we can share. So today I was going to talk about, as she puts up the presentation, I was going to give a high-level view of Gulf African Bank. I've tried to interact with a few of you as we were, on a tea break, and pleasantly surprised. Some of you have heard about us, some of you don't know exactly what we do. But we are a Sharia compliant bank. I think the first in the market. We were established in 2006. We are governed strictly by Sharia compliance processes. We have a Sharia compliant department headed by head of Sharia. We have a board, fully regulated board, and all our products and services go through Sharia principles and Sharia processes before we roll them out. That being said, I think in the market, Gulf African Bank, I think we are #1 in the market from a Sharia point of view, and we have been fast in many aspects. We've rolled out, the first Sharia compliant products, branches, women programs, very strong mortgage product that we relate to what we're discussing today. The lowest, profit rate. We've ran a campaign last year for 2 years where we were the lowest in the market, and we'll continue doing that into this year. And what we've tried to do is to say that it's not just about the products, it's about how we partner with customers, with teams like Amco Group, and many others that I've met today, and see how we can actually contribute to this topic of sustainable urban development. It's not a one-time thing. It needs to be very continuous, very strategically placed in terms of one of our strategic objectives in our boardrooms and in our strategies. So saying that, I think maybe she's defeated to bring my presentation. We have about 14 branches in Nairobi, in Kenya. In Nairobi we have 5. We have 5 branches in Mombasa, we have a branch in Garissa, we have a branch in Eldoret, and we have a branch in Nakuru. So we are well represented. We are really bringing in also a sustainable way of how to do business. We're looking at digital branches. You'll see them cropping up as much as possible. You'll see us thinking differently in terms of even digital innovation, in terms of products. We are doing a very big project. I'm the one who's leading it, to really make our platforms more scalable, more robust. So even as we're thinking about urban development, we're also looking at the technology that is really going to support that urban development. So there's a lot going on within our space, and within this year you'll start seeing us coming out with more innovations, more development, and the focus is around how do we make ourselves more sustainable into the future. To cut it short, I had a very nice presentation, so I think my thoughts are all over right now. But I'm also very grateful I was able to speak these few words. Just in summary, we have a very strong team of women out here. There are 5 of us in gold scarves, and we are happy to talk to you more, to engage you, to get your contacts, to reach out. I like what the CEO of Gulf Cup said. They're part of us, part of our shareholders, that it's about partnerships. And that's the way business will be done into the future. If you're looking at sustainability, whether in urban development, whether it's your own businesses, it's about bringing those partnerships, those relationships. It's actually about relationships when you think about sustainability. But I guess from an Islamic point of view, even during the time of our Prophet, it was about those relationships. It wasn't about how much you can make or how much you can do. It's how you live well with your neighbor, how you work together, how you make sure no one is suffering, and you move together as a community, as an ummah, and as a people. So thank you very much, and we are happy to support and to also listen to your needs. Asanteni.
Thank you, Asha. Thank you, Asha. That is, it's called flexibility in some lines of duty. In journalism profession, at times the auto cue might shut, and you have stories to tell the country, so you have to internalize. Asante for the flexibility, and much appreciated for the emphasis you have laid on the Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, who without a police station, a military unit, an institutional regulatory framework to enforce laws and regulations, managed to get more than 2 billion followers with no social media account and more than 1,440 years since he was laid to rest in Medina. He still commands a quarter of humanity who follow him. And we, of course, are proud of who he was. And in my understanding and view, and with respect to our Christian brothers and sisters, he is the man to have set foot on earth with much more impact than any other person in human history. If you read the lives of historians from Europe, from Asia, from Americas, and therefore may the peace and the blessings of the Almighty God be upon him. Absa Bank, I want us to be done by 1:30, so after your presentation we have a panel of 4, then we open the floor so that we can hear from all the people who are here. It's an interactive session. It's a session where we want to hear your ideas as well. It's not only the monopoly of those who will stand here before the podium to tell you, but we also want to hear from you. So a roving microphone will be here. After AFSA, the panel session will finish up, we open the floor and then have a good lunch before we go home. Thank you. Moniki, you are better placed to connect that cable. The presentation on here. There's a finya kitu hapo yaribike. No, just the connection. She has a laptop.
So thank you for the opportunity. And Asha, you did very well. She's left the room saying her thoughts are all over the place. So as we start here, we are, I think not really, sometimes we go into these forums and banks are there. Nowadays we are really collaborating. And it's not about, it's really not a competition. It's really about collaborating and working together. Okay. So on behalf of the ABSA team is seated right there, the Red Bank. Thank you, team. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting us and having us here. We are honored to be part of this conversation. And for us, really, even as we start, we want to say that sustainability becomes one of those things that is ingrained in our core capital activities. So sustainability for us was actually launched in 2020, and we had 13 commitments that we gave to the country, and we are proud to say that today we are champions of that sustainability program. We actually have a whole unit that is dependent and actually does sustainability. We are also proud to be EDGE certified. Some of our buildings, actually 5 of them, are EDGE certified, and we are happy to have that recognition. In addition, we have as well championed part of the climatic discussions I think you've seen in the country, and we are happy to be part of that conversation that's progressing. Vivian, are you ready? Okay. So give us a minute. We will take 5. Thank you. So that's the Red Bank. So for us, a quick intro of our bank. We are proud to be a Pan-African bank. We have been here for over 100 years, and we are proud of our experience in the market. We pride ourselves to have coined the word Africanacity, which means that, we come together for a purpose, all of us. We serve you in our different locations. We have over 80 branches, serving you across the counties. We also have a Sharia compliant unit that supports all our Kenyans. We are proud to be that. So our purpose and our brand promise remains empowering Africa's tomorrow, together, one story at a time. That remains our brand purpose. So in terms of the products that we offer, it cuts across whether you are a personal customer, you are salaried, you are in business, you're a hustler, you're an entity, a corporate. We cut across the solutions that we provide to you. Across bank accounts, we have credit products. We have credit products that support machinery. I think there's Vox Elevator and Crescent Solutions. We have asset finance solutions that can help our customers continue with their businesses. We also have the investment and fund management unit that we then say you save and also invest. So we give you the opportunity to do that in our capacity. We have a fully fledged women in business unit. We are helping our women. So far we have supported over 10,000 women and entrepreneurs be able to achieve their dreams. We have our Protect unit, which is our bank assurance team. And there we really support across short-term insurance options, long-term insurance options. And as well for our SME customer, we have our Wezesha Biashara solution, tailor-made for them. Our services cut across whether you want to do self-service, whether you want us to serve you at the branch, karibu sana to our offices, our call center. Feel free to call us 24/7. So I think for specifics to the topic of the day, and we really want to cover, I think, some of the solutions that we have. Affordable housing remains a key one for us in the bank, and it's really aligned to BETA, the bottom-up economic transformation approach. I think you have seen us out there pushing the agenda of affordable housing. For us, it's really about not the collateral, it is about Kenyans owning homes. Shelter, as someone said here, is a basic need. And for us, we really want to push as many Kenyans to enjoy. We want to demystify what mortgage is. We want to say, come to us, let us help you walk through this journey. Let us help you own a home. We can do that for you. Our mortgage solutions are cut across whether you want to buy a home, whether you want to construct, whether you have an investment and you really want to unlock value. We have that for you. To our developers as well, we have options cutting across construction property finance, and we are happy to support our businesses. I think green adoption, as we said earlier, is a key one that we have, that we continue to emphasize, and we are proud to be part of that conversation, whether it is on efficient use of energy and how we are encouraging our clients, our customers, to then ensure, even as we finance them or as we give them solutions, that they are part of this conversation. So whether it is pollution and waste energy, there are a lot of things that we can work together collaboratively. I think some of the barriers that clients have told us around green is around awareness, and I think we thank you, the family, because this is part of the conversation that is then creating that awareness out there. There's of course also the high perceived cost, and then this is where we come in as banks to then say, how do we support our customers be able to then unlock that, because then that is indeed a barrier. Electricity costs, power rationing, I think we all have experienced that. How we want to solution in this nascent industry, we want to look at our panel of professionals. We have a panel that we work with And today, our mortgage solutions are geared towards how do we enhance the green conversation. So whether it is solar, we want to see how do we provide solutions that are customized, that as well have preferential parameters. We are looking to then say, how do we encourage that awareness and actually usage? Yeah? So we are looking at preferential parameters for customers looking into going green. We have are looking at enrolling more partners so that even as our clients are then constructing their homes or looking for homes to purchase, then indeed their properties have all the parameters that are required from a green perspective. And again, for us, and I think even as a country, it's really aligned to SDGs, which for us as a bank, we are part of. And today we have 4 SDG levels that we focus on. And that's 4, 8, 10, and 12. And the others also remain as pillars. But for us, we want to say we are happy to be in this conversation. Speak to us, we'll still be here. As the Gold Bank is there, the Red Bank is here. Speak to us, let's have a conversation. Asanteni sana for the opportunity, and God bless you.
We are now nearing the panel session, but before that, I understand that we must appreciate the presence of Mr. Kush Nathwani, Director Apex. Mr. Nathwani, you will have 2.5 minutes. Please, the best interest of time, and our senior group, the representative. Felix? Yes, here you go. 2.5 minutes, exactly. Then I'll have my panelists with me here. So I need the management. I need 4 seats here. Yes, 4 seats here. Please welcome.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Thank you for giving me this time to talk. I really appreciate it. We had a whole presentation available, but due to the time, I think we'll skip that one. Just a summary of Apex Steel or Apex Group. We are been in the manufacturing space for about 52 years. We've been trading in a lot of items also, and we're also doing what a lot of people don't know, that what we do is also pipes. PVC pipes, PPR pipes, and HDPE pipes. And as part of our trading arms, we also do construction chemicals such as MOPE, so waterproofing, your admixtures, and things like that. So as Apex Group, we provide a one-stop complete solution for your building needs under the Apex umbrella. The steel we provide is to an international standard called Grade 500, and we were the ones who actually built at a hotel like this, Thika Road, Britain, the Nairobi Expressway, the SGR. So when there's a lot of things within the Somali community as well as the Muslim community, as well as in a lot of communities across the world, is that trust is the biggest thing. So trust on Apex, because we have been in a lot of infrastructure projects. We know how to deal with the infrastructure projects. We know how to deal with building projects. We know how to deal with house projects. And that's why we've come up with the solutions that we've seen problems with. And we've dedicated our whole company to have the right solutions for the projects. That said, we've also introduced cut and bend so that wastage is not there in your steel. If you require 8.6 meter, 10.1 meter, we provide that for you. You give us a bar bending schedule, we deliver it. And we ensure that we deliver it on time. We have our own engineers in our own factories, which actually do the job. And this is not only in Kenya, we also do this across into the East African region. On our pipes, we saw that there was a big gap where people were installing pipes and into buildings and then having problems. The tiles were coming off, waterproofing issues, all of that. Our pipes are a little bit more expensive, maybe 3%, 5% expensive than the market. But the thing is, our pipes do not leak and don't have the issues of calcium carbonate in them. Simply because of that, we're able to sell pipes into the market at 5% more expensive. And this is why people come to us. Mopay, being a construction chemical company all over the world, they are the best in waterproofing. And they are the ones who have selected us because we provide that solution products for the rest of the market. So, am I within the 2.5 minutes?
I do some extra 30 seconds.
Okay. So, if you like, we are in the industrial area, but we can also come to you at any time. And we can present to you a full range of solutions. The solutions that I've provided only are just on the top of what we actually do. I would also like to just invite you to anyone to our factory so that you can see our factory, see the quality that we have. We not only look at the quality of the product, the end product, but we also look at the quality of our raw material, because what we believe is what you put in is what you get out. So if you don't put the right raw materials, obviously you're not going to get a good end product. Okay. So thank you once again for your time. Thank you. I hope I didn't bore you with my 2.5 minutes. But thank you so much. Please get in contact with us. We're over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Quality time and quality delivery. Felix?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Felix Aluma, representing Abyssinia Group of Industries. And we, just like Apex, are still, we're in the steel industry. We are manufacturers of steel products and other related products. We have our head office right behind Kempinski on Westlands Road. And we've been in existence for over 30 years in the industry. With manufacturing facilities in Athi River, Kitengela, Kisumu, Awasi, Eldoret, and Mariakani. We've also expanded our operations for mining operations in Uganda and Rwanda. And at Abyssinia Group of Industries, in line with our theme for the day, that's sustainability of the environment, we are proud to say that we have taken keen interest in using alternative sources of power. That being said, we have solar panels installed in our facilities, mainly in Athi River, Kisumu, and Awasi. These are roof-mounted solar panels, and we also have plans in place for solar farms which are planned to be commissioned sometime next year in Awasi and Athi River. And just in line with that, we also have waste heat recovery projects that are ongoing at our Mariakani plants and Jinja. So just like the rest of our speakers who have been talking for the last hour or so, we are all in support of environment sustainability. We are all in support of green environment. We are all in support of green manufacturing. And we also take pride in some of the projects that have been taking place here in Kenya. we are proud to say that we joined hands together with Epic Steel and supported the construction of the SGR by providing earthquake-resistant steel that took place in the first phase of the SGR. We have also been keen in other projects, such as we also took part in the GTC right next to us, Riverside Square on Riverside Drive, Cascadia project, which is still ongoing, and a lot of other projects. And I'm sure some of developers here, especially from the Somali community, you are familiar with our salesperson, Mr. Fazlu, standing over there, who has been in touch with you and supplied a lot to quite of your projects. So, in line with the 2.5 minutes in the line of journalism, I'd like to stop at that and thank you all for coming. And as we all endeavor, as our slogan says, we work together and endeavor to construct the future Africa. Thank you.
Asante Felix, thank you, much appreciated. Thank you so much. So now allow me to get to the podium for our panel discussion as you prepare yourselves up for the interactive session, which will be coming at the end of this. Mr. Samir Shaban is the Chief Financial Officer of the Gulf Cup Real Estate. Thank you for your time. Yes, you come here, you have a seat here. But it wouldn't be a grilling session, it will be an informative session.
It's okay, I can have it.
Thank you. Mr. Gurmukh Singh Panesar, who is also with us here, thank you. Mohammed Omar Sola. I understand there is a representation. Yes, Mohammed from the Nordic African Business. You're on your earphones. Welcome, Karibu.
That should be me, but clarify, probably wrong titles. Thank you.
The Architecture Association of Kenya Vice President, George Arabu. Mr. Arabu. Okay, we'll be getting information together. You're here? Thank you. And then Ahmed Sharmaki Abdurrahman, advocate, Habib and Associates Advocates, legal advisor, expert in the construction of financing sector. Well, I can just coordinate this from the ground, so there's no problem. We just get the podium off here. It's no longer needed, so we have to get it off.
Awards we have won over the years and the number of completed projects in various parts of the region. We now have 70 employees and continue with the same commitment to provide the best services within the region, capitalizing on our long history of outstanding engineering skills in Germany and fueled by the rapid growth and attractive surrounding of the elevator industry in East Africa. Guided by our customer promise to provide responsive and timely maintenance services and our mission to provide exceptional customer experiences, we maintain the vision to provide the highest technical and quality level at best commercial conditions and support customers in running their businesses smoothly and successfully. As we continue to strive to reach our goal, we thank all the developers, architects, main contractors, and other end users who have helped us reach where we are. We would like to thank our employees for their professionalism, dedication, and commitment to help us deliver exceptional elevator installation and maintenance services while providing outstanding customer experiences. To you, we say a big thank you. Vox Elevator. For 7 years,
we have heard from policymakers, we have heard from industry players, including steel manufacturers, we have heard from the bank's representative.
but perhaps just as a practical example of what you're undertaking at the moment here in the county of Nairobi, how is it in line with quality housing, which informs the quality of life that people would desire always?
Okay, well, first let me start by saying, what time is it now? Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for having us. I wasn't supposed to be here, but then our CEO had to cancel because he was flying to Mombasa. As you know, we're handing over 584 units in Buxton, so things are a bit crazy right now. But to answer your question, I believe it's been touched on a bit by, Mheshimiwa Sifuna, Senator wa Nairobi, from Gulf Bank, from Absa. It's about like relationships. So when we started the project, when we started this program, it was founded by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta about plugging that deficit of the housing market here. So we have a huge deficit in the market of, I think, 150,000 houses worldwide, countrywide, per year. So the programs were developed so that we could give the local wananchi the opportunity to own their own homes. What we mean by that is it's not a problem that we've seen with our customers for the ability to be able to pay the rent or pay their monthly payments, but being able to find the lump sum to actually afford these houses, right? To get a mortgage, to pay the deposit. It's been a bit difficult. So when we work together with partners like Absa, Gulf Bank, KCB, Equity, everybody that we work with, as well as the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, they help us by saying the initial land that comes in this is the partnership between us and the government. And they give us the land, which now allows us to focus on providing the extracurricular facilities in the development, as well as making the pricing point acceptable for everybody to actually be able to afford a house. So in line to your point, it's important for projects like this because it's more than just building a house, it's building a lifestyle. I know we say it and it might be cliche, but it is really important that we provide other facilities and then using the partnerships with the government to actually plug that housing gap, which is really important today. So that's how it helps out.
Mr. Rumo, from the architecture perspective, what then do we factor in beyond the beautiful structures in terms of laying the ground for, say, a housing project? What are the factors for consideration? Maybe from an engineering perspective, tell us.
Okay, so I wear two hats. I'm also treasurer at Kenya Green Building Society. So from both fronts, it really depends on the type of housing that you're doing. If we're talking about the affordable housing, in that case, the key thing over here is fostering communities. So you want to create a development that does not encourage crime. It can lead to sustainable communities. You know your neighbor. Your children can play safely in those areas. And it's some place where you feel safe and you can live there long term. There have been a lot of failures globally where developments have not followed the right path and focused mainly on very, very high density without providing amenities and social spaces to allow the community to interact. And these are critical, and without them, these developments can't go.
We'll talk about safety because recently there were concerns about the standards of buildings, especially in the areas of Nairobi and the neighboring county of Kiambu. But Mr. Omar, as you pass for the mic, the two gentlemen towards then will share that mic. This is in the spirit of the Ubuntu African culture. Yes, Mr. Omar. Now, it's what goes into, from the question of the land acquisition, to the putting up of the structure, to making sure that the end product fits the need for the consumption of what the people desire to have. What then can you tell us from where you sit and in your capacity? And you told me about the title, please, you can correct it.
Yes.
What then can the people learn from this entire concept of housing, beyond what we hear?
So thank you very much. To start with, my name is Mohamed Jibril Omar, and I represent a company called Ofgen, which is a renewable energy company. In the essence of, to answer your question, I think we want to just go back a little bit and ask ourselves, when you talk about housing affordability, I hear a lot of people talking about power cost, electricity cost, and so forth. But did you know to produce 1 ton of cement, its 50% cost is electricity. To produce steel, it's about 25% cost is electricity. To produce plastics, it's over 30% electricity. So cumulatively, all these things make construction in housing expensive, and that's why it is not possible for very many people to afford to buy properties. We are about 1.4 billion people in Africa now. In 2050, our population will double. It will be 2.5 billion people. 60% of the population living in urban cities live in slums. Housing is a very big issue. But working backwards, what is the reason? Why? It all goes back to energy. It's an energy cost, purely energy cost. So the cost of production here, and if you compare to Southern African market, is way cheaper down there as compared to here. But the reason is because of the issue of renewables that we need to push into our grid to reduce the cost of production.
What then is the alternative? If it's expensive, I mean, it either has to be addressed through a policy aspect, and the Senator Nairobi County talked about the independent power producers and the haggle over how they sell the Kenya Power Lighting Company at a cheaper price than to the consumer. That burden is passed to him. I mean, where is the way out? We need a soft landing spot. You raised the problem, then what's the solution?
So look, Kenya, we have a capacity of, we are running on diesel gensets, thermal, which are costing a lot of money. It's very expensive. We are a very blessed country in terms of renewable energy. Our geothermal goes up to about 10 gigawatts of geothermal capacity. We have so much solar. Hydro, there's so much wind in this country, but we still have to pay. Unfortunately, Senator is not here to get the advice of the experts, so maybe we'll send him at a later stage. But the reality is policies must be changed. You cannot tax renewable energy. You must reduce the cost of financing. Cost of financing is unacceptable. In Europe, in Japan, and in Canada, the rates are about 5%. Here you get the dollar, they're talking about 2 digits, 10 plus. It's not possible. You cannot do projects without financing, and hence we have so many banks, and they all have, the banks need to change their mindset. Every bank you meet, they talk about, we have this account, we have this account. We are not interested in accounts anymore. Everybody knows about accounts, What we need to know is what solution are you giving, holistically as a country, So the solutions is quite so many, but to start with is those people here in the room must at some point agree to change our mindset, and climate change is real, and we must start by using renewable energy. In your manufacturing, I've heard Abyssinia have said the same. I'm not sure about Apex still. Renewable energy must be implemented in the same.
We'll talk about that at length, because it's a continent that is paying the price of a burden it never cost, and the climate crisis they are in. And to put what happened during the COP climate conference in Africa in context, is that it happened in a continent that's largely a minimum contributor of carbon emission. Engineer, as the Vice President of the Architectural Association of Kenya, if there are individuals or professionals who come and the sharp focus is you, especially on the standards and the approval process perhaps, then what goes into it in terms of the engineering? Take us through the plan.
I need to correct you. I'm actually an architect, but yes, I'm here as the Vice President of AAK. AAK is actually 8 different professions. Architects, engineers, quality surveyors, and interior designers, 8 professions actually. As I was coming here today, I was actually blown that the history of lifts is actually tied to the history of skyscrapers. And for thousands of years, the pyramid Pyramid of Giza was the highest structure in the world until the Eiffel Tower, which was built around the lifts. So I got interested, and these whole discussions about growth of our cities is not just about sprawl. It's also about going high. And this becomes very critical. Now, when it comes to these issues of urbanization, the main challenge is actually planning. So before you even get to the issues of structure and putting the designers on the spot. And in fact, the presentations that I've had here today are very apt, and most of them are specific on a particular line of strand of thought. The biggest one is what was alluded to, I believe, by the gentleman, the financier, who was talking about the one-stop shop for development control. The big challenge we have is that we are all addressing this issue of green. And let me put it this way, to be clear, there is a fixation on green around plants and the green spaces. But actually, sustainable development has the three parts of environment, economy, and society. Without those three, it doesn't matter how green a city is, because it has to be financially, apt for the people to live in. Now, the issue of planning is consensus building between several professions, the community, the stakeholders, the governments, and everyone informed by policy. We have talked about policy, and I'm sad that they left, but I think they have a very critical role, almost religious, to make sure that people do the things right. Right now, as we speak, 80% of buildings in Kenya have been declared to be unsafe. Over 80%, myself, Gurumuk, and every other professional here, control just under 20% of the built environment. So when you talk about unsafe structures, when you talk about bad design, we are not involved. Out of every 10, 8 of them are being done haphazardly. And this is because we have very good laws, by the way. If you go to Rwanda, if you go to as far as Iraq and Afghanistan, most of them benchmarked a lot of the things we do as planning here in Kenya. We were one of the first people to come up with the e-permitting system that has been used to benchmark across the globe, and it's being done very well, like in Kigali. But what happens at home is that we are not doing the right thing, and yet we have the laws. So the issues of enforcement is very critical. The issues of doing the right, the issue of CRP, for example, you have a very good plan implemented wrongly. Those are the challenges, and they are actually beyond us. Just to call on to the corporate that your ease of doing business, the environment you're going to operate it profitably, will be dependent on proper city plans that allows you to do the right thing. That's what I would say for now.
Okay, and the responsibility must lie somewhere, is it? If 8 out of 10 is unsafe for human settlement, then who bears the responsibility? Where does that responsibility lie?
Yes, the responsibility, I put it on all of us with this one caveat, that there is everyone has a part to play. Okay, so for instance, everyone who's developing real estate right now is focusing on the lifestyle. That lifestyle is tagged onto other aspects that are beyond that house. When you do a very nice house, okay, I had the development at Karura. Okay, so how do you get to that Karura project? How do you get out if you have bike lanes and parking, and you work somewhere in Westlands, and between your house and Westlands, there is no bike lane? Your development is going to be an island. So the responsibility is actually upon all of us, and at the same time, we need to be able to inform the communities that if something fails, this is the person to talk to. And I think for right now, as we speak, the issues of enforcement of the existing laws, the issues of practice based on, for example, religious texts are very good moral laws, but yet we know majority of people don't live by them. So how do we enforce that? And I think for us, we already take responsibility when it comes to bad designs. That's why we try to regulate our members. So we have about 5,000 members, and we try to regulate them. So that is how as far as we go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Wakili, where do you come in all this debate? At what point does, in caveats, that complaint land on your table, and how do you go about it?
So for lawyers, we try to assist the developers from the onset. So what we do is we advise them on sustainable development, which entails, as the colleague has said, environment, social, and economic. And we try and tell them that if you do a sustainable development, it's actually a win-win. Because one, if you have a mixed-use development, for example, like Belva or Riverside Square, and you have amenities like a supermarket in the same building, you have amenities like a gym, you have swimming pool, you have a restaurant, a pharmacy. What you will do is you will prevent pollution, because as opposed to people having to use cars to go to malls, they can just simply walk, or you can provide a bridge, and they can just go and access these amenities. And at the same time, your asset or your property, is highly sought after, so you can sell it in the market, and also you have solved the problem. Another solution is we try and tell them not to engage in hit and run. So that is, you want to do one project, you want to get rich and live. We advise them that, do a project that even the people who are buying, it's an investment for them. So don't make a concrete jungle. Build a good project, look at the density, don't overcrowd the building, look at the density, have something that even later on, when somebody moves in, they don't have to sell. Another aspect is we also assist the government, like Nairobi County and the Ministry of Lands and Housing, to come up with the affordable housing. We are assisting them now on Kenyatta University, basically entering into a public and private partnership between the people and the government. So Kenyatta University has land, they have students, it's unsafe for them to go outside. How can we assist? So we come in as the private sector, you develop, you have students there, so something like a win-win. So, and lastly, we advise them to, in all the buildings, for example, like toilets, to use the best technology possible to avoid water wastage. We advise them to take into consideration, like the state, crystal water heating solution. So that's what we offer them advice. We advise them to comply with the law. We advise them to engage in sustainable development.
Okay. Samir, the last time I heard from the Ministry of Lands was when they appeared before a parliamentary committee, and some questions came up, and they declared underfunding. Of course, that's the government. But
sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
They decried underfunding. That is the ministry in terms of bridging the housing deficit. And another important matter that came up was the cropping up or the mushrooming of slums, especially in counties like Nairobi. 1,411 to be specific. That was the number that was made by the Principal Secretary, Charles Hinga. So talk to me about, as a private sector coming into this space and to some extent cooperating with the government. I mean, how then would you, intertwined in this process, head towards the direction of, one, bridging the deficit, two, the likely challenges in the way of delivering that, and then three, what significance does this bear for cities like Nairobi, where slum dwellers are increasing by the day?
Okay, well, that's a fantastic question, right? And it goes back to a few different things first. Before working with the government, which is absolutely required in these sort of projects, it's important to go back to the people themselves. So before we even engage with the government on, like, they would have different estates that they're ready to start developing. At which point they would look for private developers to come in and help kick off the project. Before getting to that point, it's important to understand the demographic of the people that you're trying to build for, the market analysis and what's in the surrounding areas and what people need in those areas. And then engaging with, our stakeholder is not just the government, and it's not just our shareholders, it's also the people who are off-takers. So understanding who's living there, what do they do, how do they do it, what do they need, what's the market norm, and engaging them at the very beginning, and then engaging the government together, and then with all three parties included, then kind of finding one track to move together on. So that's number one. Number two, you said, sorry, can you repeat that?
In terms of the delivery of that.
So now the delivery is, it's important that the government gets involved, because by taking off the bulk payment of the land and the trunk infrastructure, it allows us as developers to go into what Wakili was saying about providing other options in the state, other amenities, right? Because when you look at a project, for example, of 17 billion shillings, a 7 million shilling pool is neither here nor there, right? But it provides facilities in the estates that allow us to say that, you know what, you don't have to leave your estate or get into your car to do anything. All you have to do is come here. We have everything that we've catered for you in terms of security, amenities, shops, commercial, everything is there. So, like security, landscaping, everything has been accounted for according to what the people's needs are. So when building these estates, it's not just about the bottom line. It's also about the people themselves.
And the likely challenges there?
The likely there's many challenges with affordable housing or housing in general. I'm sure all of you can attest to the power, for example, understanding the power that has been put into the estate first, right? Like what is the capacity of the estate? Do we need new transformers? What is the water provisions? Like for us in Mombasa when we started, we got lucky because the water pipeline comes through our estate. But then KPLC, we need to find out the requirements for the area and upgrade it. And so the challenge is that sometimes the infrastructure hasn't been put in place or thought out very in depth in each single estate. It's kind of rough, but however, those are challenges that we look forward to, because by doing these projects, working with the government, we're not just of the area that we're developing. We're improving the value of the entire community as a whole. If the place doesn't have active, efficient STP plans like a sewage treatment plant, we would then help you out with that, right? Taking that burden off from the government. But sometimes the challenges are getting support to push things along, right? So because things are delayed, and while we sell and we build and we have contractor payments to make like that, we also know that there are certain things that need to be done in parallel, right? Like the power, water, sewage, all of these things. So those are some of the challenges that are faced, but they're not challenges that aren't solvable, right? And we've seen, from example, from Nairobi County that the SD HUD is very, very, very responsive. The governor's office is very responsive. Even State House is very responsive towards everything, right? Because this is an agenda that matters, and it is important to give back to the people in terms of more than just a house, but a lifestyle.
Okay. Mr. Rumok, then what's the connection between good standard of life and the provision for, or the lacking aspect of it between now in the aspect of playing ground, space for recreational activities? That's now in the concept of the design aspect. I mean, that line of connection between good living standards and the designing aspect of it. If it's provided, what are the advantages? If it isn't, what are the disadvantages?
Okay, so in terms of amenities, I would break down into two areas. One of them would be essential ones. And when I say essential and amenities, so basically your unit itself should be livable, should have access to good lighting, good ventilation, number one. Number two, you should have oversight into open areas where your children are playing. So you have oversight, you can see where your kids are playing. That for me is critical. And that is one of the key, there's a whole principle behind it called defensible spaces. And that basically says that the community can look into where the children are playing, and your neighbors can look after your kids, they can look after their kids. As a community, it's growing as one. The bonuses or the add-ons would be other amenities like, as Samir had mentioned, the pool area, those would be added benefits. However, at a minimum, just the general planning of it would be crucial. And on top of that, the simple basics, getting your building orientation right, so you're not getting a lot of heat gain in your spaces, and just ensuring that you have good lighting and ventilation for your spaces. I think those are the basic starting points.
Mr. Mohammed, talking about energy, Kenya and Africa by extension, you look at the weather pattern, and clearly there's plenty of solar energy. We have decried for many years about the monopolistic accusation laid upon the Kenya Power Lighting Company. You read through reports by the Parliamentary Energy Committee, and it's very disheartening, the cost of power in the country. Then does solar power, which is natural, provide an alternative for a paradigm shift? And if so, how can that be put into practical use?
So yeah, look, there are two things. There's Kenya Power, which we have now, and there is the future. What is the future that we see with the energy sector? Then I can address whether the solar is able to leapfrog from where we are. And look, the KPLC as it sits now must look into the future of where the power sector goes. It is going to be decentralized, it will be decarbonized and digitized. Power in Mombasa will be generated in Mombasa, it will be distributed in Mombasa. It will be decarbonized, meaning it will be out of fossil fuel. physics, geothermal, it is hydro, it is wind, it is battery storage, and so forth. So solar is very interesting because if you look at a country like Germany that gets 3 or 4 good months in a year, and they rely heavily on solar, Kenya gets about 11 months. Very good sunshine. And we don't. You know, it is the same story as our hydros. Our waters flow down into the Indian Ocean. It's like we have an MOU with the ocean to supply water. And solar is definitely an alternative, whether we like it or not, you know. So that is where it is. But the challenge comes into policy making, where we had Sifuna talking about, you know, investors in offshores and so forth. Those investments were made. I think the committee has sat down and agreed there are alternatives to find. But the reality remains, electricity will always be very, very expensive unless we change the alternatives.
We will talk about how, because it takes a process.
Yes.
Putting it on top of the roof, those black square. We'll talk about that because there needs to be some explanation into that and how that then descends down to powering your refrigerator, your television station, the sockets to charge to telephones. Mr. Arabu, the standard and then the quality is here where I focus on in coming to you. Because the last time we had an assignment in the county of Kiambu when a building had developed cracks, the concern was what went into it. From the metals, or maybe that might not be the right wording, but that was a concern in terms of the grading question. And it clearly was an indication that someone had dropped the ball in terms of the responsibility. Talk to us about what will need to go into a proper house that will stand for many years and offer the tenants or the occupants the guarantee that they are in a safe house.
Okay, according to the National Building Inspectorate survey that was done, the one I just quoted randomly saying majority of the buildings are unsafe, they surveyed about 14,000 buildings, and majority of them, there was, I think, 85%, like I said earlier, there was no input from professionals. Okay, so that's the first thing, that professionals need to be involved for them to do the right thing and advise. The other thing was the issues of poor quality materials. One of the things we suffer in this country is that a lot of people are very price sensitive when it comes to material, to the extent of the detriment of whatever they are doing. So that if you are looking at building materials like stones, steel and everything, the quality has to be top notch, all right? There is the issue of the ground, for example. This is natural. I mean, like the building in Kiambu, the latest one, there was speculation around the issues of the shifting of the ground below. Because a lot of construction is being done unplanned, and then they are exerting a lot of pressure on the ground, which is meaning that the ground is shifting. A lot of buildings, for example, in Mombasa, they're built, and then you excavate, you think you have hit hard rock, and below that there's a strata of softer rock. If you don't do proper surveys, that is geotechnical, for example, and get advice from professionals, you might assume that you've done a good building, and it can stand, because some of these structural issues are very slow. The problem is that when it happens, a natural disaster, and I pray that no natural disaster happens to Kenya, because the level of damage you will see might be a little bit more than we see what we already saying. The other thing I want to mention is the issue of the quality of the home. Let me call them homes, because there's a difference between a house and a home. A home is a place, a house is a structure, and a home is a place you want to raise your family and you have sharing. As been described, I don't have to describe that. We at the association have done a guideline called Healthy Homes Guidelines and Checklist. The disaster of falling building is a dramatic one. The silent one is the one what we call sick buildings. It has been, Gurmukh has mentioned about the issues of light, the issues of ventilation, the issues of enough space inside. Most of the buildings you see just still standing up, which have not fallen down, are actually killing people slowly because people get sick. If you have a small child, they're probably getting cold all the time because they can't get out of the house. Elderly people who don't get out of the house are stuck in these dark spaces which don't have good ventilation over a very long period of time. So one of the things which I think right at the beginning, other than the planning issues I'm talking about, because you have to plan so that you don't end up with all tall buildings within a very small space, and then they all end up with dark spaces where light does not penetrate. That's why planning is there, so that you moderate how the developments are done. And then, of course, the next thing is that you have to make sure that every design, and I believe all the projects that have been presented here have professionals in them. And there's a moral responsibility of a professional. Forget about the money, because whether you are paid or not, that's not the issue. We usually say that doctors bury their mistakes, but architects live with them forever, architects and engineers. Because if you do a bad building, you will never, even if you got a lot of money. The issue of professionalism is a moral issue. It's not about the money. So for me, I want to actually look at the projects, not from the structural failures, which are dramatic, but rather from the bad design that causes slow death, and they cause basically what we call sick building syndrome. Those can be resolved. We have solutions. We have sufficient professionals in this country. So if you, to answer your question in a very short term, involvement of professionals need to increase from less than 20% to 100% if possible.
Okay, thank you. So it all, as Chinua Achebe points in his book, falls and rises with leadership and professionalism. Wakili, something that always crops up and which is a consistent element is the question of land compensation. For instance, through the legal process, someone is interested in a piece of land, then there is an occupant. The occupant sees the value more than, the buyer sees it from a perspective which is different from the occupant at that time. But often comes disagreements. So then the matter, if it ends up in court or in the question of compensation, how is that process undertaken for the landowner to get his money? In the, for example, cases that we normally hear. So at the court juncture, talk to us about if I'm an interested, for example, party, and you are the landowner, how will I pay you that 100 million Kenya shillings for me to get that land to put up a structure?
So the first step that we recommend is that there's something called valuation. So people underestimate it, but before you do a structure, before you do anything, it's important to value. So valuation is very important. When you do valuation and you hire a valuer, you are able to determine what is the value of something, whether it's the apartment, whether it's land, whether it's the National Land Commission compensating. So once the value has been determined, it's very easy to be compensated. No matter what happened, you can just simply go and say, this is the value of this, and you get compensation. There's also something called, in the Ministry of Land, something called settlement, that most people are not aware of. So one of our tasks is to do awareness. So the government department that even if your land has been grabbed or there's anything involved, you just go to them and you tell them, I own this land, it's been grabbed or something has happened, compensate me, and they actually pay. But I realize most people are not aware, or National Land Commission. This is another aspect I want to add about awareness. So I'll talk to my colleagues. The government is actually promoting affordable, sustainable development by giving tax exemptions that most people are not aware of. Like there's something called a BOMA certification. If you get it, you don't have to pay 50% of your tax. So for example, if you do a normal development, you pay maybe the 30% corporate tax. But if you do a sustainable development, you only need to pay 15%. So even for developers, that's like an incentive for them. You go into affordable housing, do a sustainable development, the government will support you. The other aspect is the private partnership, private-public partnership. People are not even aware of. For example, national housing or even asset recovery. They actually tell you, engage in sustainable development or affordable housing, fully guaranteed by us. We have the cash. It's not like maybe like the counties. I don't want to insult them. The way you build and then you have to follow up with the payment. It's actually guaranteed by the government. They tell you we're a national housing corporation. We are asset recovery. We have money in our bank. We'll actually pay you if you engage in this and you build and we'll pay you. Also the issue of financing. People are not aware of if you build a normal development, it's very complicated for you to get a loan. But if you say you're doing a sustainable or affordable project, it's easily financed either through the capital market or through the banks, because the World Bank and the international community are actually promoting, because they are the ones, the Europeans are polluting, or the Chinese or Asians. So they want to promote sustainable development so that to reduce pollution and to reduce global warming.
Good point towards the end. Just some clarity before I come to Samir. Just the example that I've given. For example, I'm the landowner. You are interested through your client who wants to put up a 10-story building, but the piece of land is big, for example, say, and our two perspectives are different. So when you come as the lawyer of, say, Mr. Mohammed, should I come with a lawyer also so that there's a form of payment? How does that payment happen? I mean, for this developer, Mr. Mohammed, in this case, to easily put up that structure without lawsuits in future, so that you stave off all these problems that might arise in a court of law.
So what we have seen in practice is that most of these problems are preventable, because most people, we say cheap is expensive. When you are at the beginning, you refuse to deal with professionals, like for example, valuers, architects, lawyers. If you involve us in the beginning, there'll be no problem, because everything will be very clear. It's in writing. For example, what we'll do is we'll tell the landowner, let's value your land by an independent valuer, so that you know what's the value of your land. We hire an engineer or a quantity surveyor to come up with the price of how much will it cost to build the structure. And then they can agree, okay, this is my stake, this is your stake. They can easily enter into a joint venture, or they can easily know in the beginning the expectation, how long will the project take, okay, what is your stake, what happens if there's a dispute. So we feel as if you hire professionals in the beginning, and you make sure you have everything in writing, it's very easy to prevent most of these conflicts. But if you go on your own, you don't have any professional, I've seen most of the times that people, it's a gentleman's agreement. They just agree, okay, I'll build, we'll share. Tomorrow they come to you, okay, this guy has refused to pay my share, what do we do? But then you ask them, did you sign something? What's the value of your land? What did you guys agree? So I think if we professionalize our business, most of these things will be prevented. Especially, not even lawyers, values are very important, because you need to know what is the price of my land, what is the value of my land, what is the value of construction. The architects, what are before even you start, how many floors will it be built? Distribute early, have it in writing. So if you involve professionals, you don't even go to court. But even if you go to court, I believe, if you have your right, you always get justice.
Okay, well explained. Samir, to you. Of course, Gulf Cup as an investor, for example, say in the project you're at the moment in the tech-in, I'm sure doesn't have the sufficient number of employees to put up that building. So it needs a lot of hands together. You're bringing many people so that becomes a success. In this case, then talk to me about the positivity this will have in terms of job employment for the young people, the Juakali sector, for example, to your suppliers, because you are people from the steel sector here. I mean, what input do you require from all these other hands to put up that particular structure that you focus on?
Well, that's a great question, right? And it's one that's very important to us. Number one, let's start with our organization itself as a whole. Gulf Cap Real Estate started in 2019. I believe the average age of our company, of everybody in the company, is no more than 35. So we already are a very youthful organization. What's more important is that we gathered our partners and our consortium together in order to also professionalize the way we engage the community and we engage the youth and we create jobs. I'll give you an example of what I mean by that. We have Apex Steel here in the room with us, right? So I know that if we get into a project with Apex Steel and we're doing something in Starehe, I want to go make sure that I go visit a youth community in Apex Steel, in Starehe, and formalize the way that we engage them in their training. Having partners like Apex or partners who like contractors or professional architecture firms, they all have their own sort of CSR or internship programs or training programs that they offer to people. However, when you look at the current youth on the ground, that a lot of them don't understand where to go to reach these things, how to do it, which is why you need to get that community engagement and then work with partners in order to actually formalize so that when they do leave said training, they're able to get a job and they're able to actually promote themselves. So that when we have stonemasons that come and get training from the stonemasons on site, when the time they leave, they have their certificate, and for all we know, they can go get their own projects, right? So it's important to give back to the community, and we know that when we do a project like in Buxton, we have over 1,500 laborers, right? 90% of them came from Mombasa. So it's about also, it's not that the labor is not there or skilled labor is not there, it's about having the platform to actually reach out to them and create the jobs for them.
Mr. Gurmuk, and I'm sure there is an announcement that all of you are waiting for, so I'll shortly announce the lunch hour and where we are going to be getting the lunch vouchers shortly when we take the final round after Wakili. Then we'll get to the audience. They will borrow a microphone. Laura will help me do that so that we hear from our audience as well. Mr. You had a point, please proceed.
Okay, just to add on the point that you'd asked, Samir, it's a very important one. We are actually quite involved on this, and on all our projects, even for the Microsoft project that we did, there was a lot of learning and building we had to do for the contractors. So even us as architects, we had to ensure that they had capacity building for this. On a different front, we're designing 2 schools right now for Swiss training of electricians and plumbers. So every year, 100 Swiss trained electricians and plumbers will be coming out of Don Bosco in Karen, which is a fantastic thing for the market. It will ensure that there's capacity building, and this is something very close to our heart as well. And to really achieve international standards, we need to improve the quality of vocational training, and this is important for the sector across the board. Just to ensure that will also help in curbing some of the quality control issues that we had. So yes, involve the professionals, but also people working on the building have to be properly trained.
Mr. Mohammed, I was used to the lapel microphone, so. Okay. Yes, Mr. Mohammed. Earlier on, I had a pending question on now the paradigm shift, which you said it's inevitable, heading to solar energy. It's natural, it's cheap. But at what point does that hit the solar panel on the rooftop, then the conversion point, then the point at which it powers my refrigerator, my television, so that I can be able to charge my phone? So just a layman's understanding of that.
So just to put a caveat, I'm not a technical person.
Yeah.
I'll try to answer the question. So we have panels, which in technical terms we call them modules, and they're put on the roof or the ground mounted. And then once the sunlight hits the panel, it generates AC power. And then the AC power goes into something called an inverter, which the inverter converts it into a DC, or rather the other way around. And then you eventually get this electricity. So there are a number of components, and there are several designs that we use from our side. I mean, including usage of battery storage. So the power is generated, and it's stored and used whenever it is required. So it can be done at a medium scale, it can be done at a large scale, it can be done at a small scale. Like the M-Copper is so there are certain levels of scales. So M-Copper is the smallest, which is domestics, and then what we do is utility, commercial industrial, which is for industries, and then there is utility, which is now huge large power plants, which is feeding into the national grid. The good news about solar is there will come no day somebody will come and go in between you and that solar. Everything else, other sources, is coming between. But the power you get is generally from the lights, it's not the heat. So you'll find better radiations in a place like Eldoret will have a better radiation than as compared to Garissa.
Okay.
Just to answer some of that.
So no cartels in between or bureaucracy?
No, that's all.
Thank you. Yes, engineer, please proceed. You have a point?
I'll give you this one now, stop that.
Okay, so, sorry, I'm still not the engineer, but yeah, fine. Allow me to put a point across. I actually want to tell the audience that most of the questions we didn't have in advance, so every time we are shaking here, we don't know what you're going to ask. But I had a point I've been desperate to put across. And I want you to picture the map of Kenya and then divide it into 4 parts, like through the equator, and then down right in the middle. Now the bottom left corner is where 80% of Kenyans live. The rest is just sparsely populated. So when someone mentioned here that Kenya land is becoming smaller, I don't think they have gone beyond the bottom left corner. In fact, if you've heard of the northern frontier, which was created by the British during colonial times, it was just part of the Kenya that was supposed to be ignored. And then they were down here, the left. Why am I putting this point across? I want to draw your attention to something called the National Spatial Plan, which is like a general policy on how Kenya should be planned. Then there's something called a county spatial plan at the county level. Then there's something called spatial sectoral plans. And then there's something called county integrated development plans, which most counties are now doing as an sort of manifesto aspirational planning. The reason why I'm saying this is that I want to challenge the corporates in here. That the space you're going to work in, especially because we are moving towards urban growth, is going to be based on well-planned urban areas. The private sector is trying hard to do what you call the sustainable micro-communities, which are sectoral developments of estates and with all the provisions. The challenge we are moving into, a lot of people are coming. Right now it's 30% of Kenyans in urban areas, and it's going to become much, much more. So the issues of urban development, I am requesting, or rather I am asking the corporates here to lobby with us. I'm actually surprised, this is the first time I've attended a small meeting, small in the terms of the number of people, not the importance, where so many politicians are in. And if you have that influence on the policy makers, if you are able to lobby, and I know lobbying is in two ways. There's a lobby, the bad one, there's a lobby that is good, mobilizing support. That you mobilize these lawmakers to insist on good plans that will create environments where your business will thrive. In fact, in my opinion, that is a way bigger CSR. It's CSR at county level. So that 50 years from now, Amco Group is thriving because the plans are in place. You are not struggling to connect to development in Isili and Westlands, and in between, there's a dystopian Nairobi. Thank you.
Asante. Wakili, your final word and advice going forward.
Yes, so for me, I think as well, I'll try and encourage people to support Kenya Forest Service. We have tried on our own way to enter into partnerships with them, like working trucks, and we offer them support so that people can visit. So I'd encourage all developers and everybody here to support Kenya Forest Service, because this, if we have the trees and you go and plant trees, it's good for our society. Secondly, the issue of solar and good energy use. My university, Southern University, has actually achieved this. You go there, I'm told it's fully powered by solar. And when I'm there, I never lacked any service. So it shows that it's possible. And we have northeastern, almost a third of Kenya, untapped. So I also encourage that we need to go and invest in solar in northeastern, inshallah. And lastly, between developers here and suppliers, we also assist if they want. We offer a link, because these days, what people cooperate. So for example, you're a supplier and there's a developer. Instead of the developer using so much money to buy supplies, they enter into partnerships. For example, Apex Steel, Apex Cement, Crystal Solutions, Hebatula Glass, Lomas, whichever, pneumatic. What you do, you link developers with suppliers. So they become stakeholders in the project. They get a stake. They're given units at good prices, and the developer gets whatever supplies he wants, so the buildings are stronger. And lastly, we also, perhaps my colleague, also need to encourage the county government to update their zoning guidelines, because unfortunately, they're still using guidelines that were so many years ago, and the population has grown, the areas are different, so it's important for them to come up with an updated guideline so that it can be a cater for the Nairobi County that we are today. So that if an area is a residential place, nobody can just come there and build a commercial building. If an area is commercial, it's not residential. If an area, for example, you not have the conflict between residential people and business people. So those are my final remarks.
Thank you. You want to add on that? No. Okay, thank you. I think that's well enough and elaborated, well put. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Much appreciated, and in a short span of time, apparently able to shed light on very important topics. Lauren, help me get the microphone. Questions, comments, queries? Anyone? The floor is open.
And to you and to the person specific, so that they and.
Okay. My question is to the architect who said 85% of the buildings are in not good conditions and they're killing people slowly. What if I'm an investor and I'm stuck in those kind of buildings and they have sick building syndromes? So how will I get myself out? What solutions am I able to do, at least to not see myself or any person who's in the building to have, let's say, those problems, maybe people becoming sick and all that?
Yes, Mr. Arab. It's okay. It takes time to load. Just
So I can just say quickly that one, you've heard of the county of Nairobi trying to pass laws to regularize bad designs. Okay, so obviously that is because there are so many people who have already built. You can't demolish everything. So the first thing is that we need to interrogate these regularization exercises. What are they looking for? Of course, you have to investigate, and you can ask professionals. You can ask, for example, Kenya Green Building Society. They can do a survey. You can even get an architect or a designer, to any of the designers, engineers, and all that, to come and investigate and see a remedy. The good thing about most of this, as long as it's structurally sound, that it cannot fall down, you can do a retrofit, maybe develop openings for lighting. For example, I have built a house on a 7-meter wide plot by 30 meters, and we had to argue a lot with the client that we needed an opening at the top, that's an atrium, to allow daylight, because the neighbors on both sides are built all the way up. So it is possible. You might end up losing some real estate space. As has been said here, if you build at 100% of the ground cover, you lose on the quality of that space. You might gain more lettable space, but you lose on the quality of life there. So yes, I would suggest that the first thing would be, if you see that, for example, if you look at the checklist that we have done, it actually gives you guidelines on what to look out for, from circulation, light, and all that. So that's the first place to start. And then, of course, the discussions on remedies could follow. Yeah.
Any other? Yes. This side seems to be marginalized. I'll come to you, gentleman. Thank you.
My question is for Dr. Samir and his colleague. How do we localize skill and maximize our labor to compete with foreign skills like the Chinese?
Well, first of all, let me say thank you for giving me the PhD. I'll accept it gladly. Okay, my new rate is going to hire for anybody interested to hire. Sorry, that's a great question. Number one, when we work with our partners, with both international and local, we make it a point of effort to say that, like, we have to localize and formalize everything that we do with when creating opportunities for the youth and for people in, like, the Juakali sector. But the most important thing that I want to say in that is the localization of it, right? And then the awareness of it. So once we really get into the depth of it and you bring the consortium together, it's important to even make partnerships with people that have that same sort of mindset. For us, it's also about giving back to the community, right? It doesn't just need to be about profits, right? It's important to make an impact on the life and on lives of people and move forward together. So once you've localized it, to say, for example, I believe when you were saying about when they created this affordable housing agenda, there were some parts that were not actually done correctly, in the sense that, like, in Mombasa, when I build, my cost of construction is higher than my cost of construction in Nairobi because of the salt in the ground, in the water. So it requires different piping, different paint. So that localization of everything that we're doing and the partnerships that we choose are how we get through to accomplish that.
But do we internalize the experiences we get from the youth? As much as we have a lot of capacity building, can we get results in terms of giving them that opportunity to maximize whatever experiences that they have, rather than giving them a 3 months capacity building and then you tell them to go look for employment?
So yes, internalizing it is one of our key pillars, right? It's not even better if, it's a lazima, right? From our chairman, from our most senior stakeholders, from the president all the way down. I'll give you a simple example of that. There's an organization here about women fundis in construction called Build Her. Today, they are going to be partners in, I think, what, 0.6 billion of the project, that we made sure that even in our groundbreaking that they were present, they engaged with the president, they engaged with the governor, they engaged with their plan, the contractors, it's a requirement. So once that's what we saw in Nairobi. When we looked at Mombasa, we had a school of creating a training program for over 55 different stonemasons and stonemasons, laborers, everything. Like all of the fundis were given a training certificate. Not a single one of those 55 remains with us, and all of them have gone on to do their own projects in different parts of the country, and a few have even left. So that's what we do to make sure and those are our biggest success stories and the things we're the most proud of, that we were able to create these opportunities for people.
Satisfied?
Yes.
Gentleman in the blue suit.
Yes, my question goes to Mr. Omar. I think he talks about renewable energy. And I think we can all agree that the shift in terms of focus to a sustainable renewable energy is in line. But then my question is, we are talking about increasing supply. How then can we enhance the demand? We have seen the government engaging in projects like COSAP, that is coastal regions, northeastern regions. But else, what ball are we throwing to the court of these companies, or rather these developers and owners here, to try and enhance the demand, maybe outside Nairobi, how best we can increase the demand? Thank you.
So thank you. Just to clarify, now I have three names: Mohammed, there's Jibril, there's Omar. Please, you can all call me Jibril to simplify it. To start with the question, how do you increase the demand? Of course, there are many ways. I mean, look at a very recent development where there's electric buses on the roads. And I think the company signed for about 100 buses to be on the road by the end of the year. And then the contract was about 1,000 buses for the next 3 years. So that is one of the quickest ways of increasing demand. And the other option is where we install solar PV on the roofs for the industries, and then we connect with an EV charger, an electric charger. So if the clients have an electric vehicle and they would want to, that is the other alternative to increase the demand in the country. But as a country right now, we're looking at about 2,700, if I'm not wrong, megawatts of power installation, of installed capacity, but our demand is about 2,300. So it doesn't mean we have excess power. The problem here now lies is the cost of power itself. The power generation is available, power is available, the cost of power. How many people, the access to electricity is one thing, and how many can afford that electricity? Taking electricity to the remote areas of Garissa and Wajir and asking someone who are harder to pay 20 per kilowatt is not viable. So in terms of that, and I think the biggest challenge also is when you are increasing the demand, there is something that we are all responsible for, which is carbon. We need to offset carbon. Our carbon footprint goes hand in hand with increasing the demand. So there are many other options, and outside increasing the demand is to reduce the cost of financing for projects. This is very, very important for this to happen. The other alternative is to decommission all diesel generators that are running from Lodwar to Lamu. They are all on diesel generator. That is the only way forward. Thank you.
Answer? Yes. Thank you. Yes, to the gentleman here. I think after that, because of prior time is passed, so we need to rush. Thank you.
Carlos Okelo. My question goes to the Vice President. And I wanted to know about what what does the law says about the zoning regulations in terms of height? I mean, how far can you go? And I'm asking that question based on my personal experience. I'm also a real estate developer. So when it's submitted by building plan to the Department of Development Control of Nairobi County for approval purposes, it's 20 floors, so that was what I proposed, and I'm being told, what? Nobody has ever done 20 floors there, so how comes you want to do 20 floors? So the only reason why I'm not being given 20 floors is because nobody has ever done it before. So my question is, what are the zoning regulations? Do we have proper zoning regulations that state how far can we go in terms of height? Because Nairobi is an international city, so we expect how Johannesburg, New York looks like, where buildings goes for as low as 50, 60, you know. Nairobi shouldn't be an exception. So please can you highlight and enlighten this on that?
The quick answer to your question is that it depends on where you are building, because depending on the zoning guidelines and ordinances, some areas you can build tall, some areas you can't. There's also precedence based on what other people have done. There are so many residential apartments that have been built higher than the 20 stories. It all depends on you approving that, for example, the area you're building in, you're not exceeding what we call the plot ratios, all right? So that you don't overbuild. But I think your issue will be an issue that is very specific, and you'll have to look at what is happening around you, and at the same time argue your case out on the basis of whether you are overdeveloping or not. But the fact of the matter is this: yes, it is true, going high is not, it's not going to be an option, because as was mentioned, there are issues of like pipeline areas where people are building higher and higher. It is not because they are not, well, most of them are not allowed, but they are using precedence. Most of the problem we are going to face is not building tall. It is building wrong. It doesn't matter. There are bungalows which have been built wrong. So if you design well, you can do tall buildings as long as you are able to demonstrate that it is correct and it's within what we call the plot ratio and obeys, because it's more about the morals. How are you affecting your neighbors? And as it has been, if you look at, for example, Kilimani, right now they have a very big challenge of tall buildings. The arguments are not that the buildings are tall. If you think about it, the argument is that it's infringing on your neighbors. All the planning guidelines, the building code and everything, they are not to stop people from building tall. They are to stop people from infringing on the neighbors' spaces. So if we all plan properly and design properly, I'm more surprised that maybe the next 20 years, the normal building plan, and I think there's a proposal, that the normal height of a residential building in Nairobi would be 50, 100. I mean, if you go to Hong Kong, they have up to 100 apartments tall, but are they respecting the planning guidelines and the space of your neighbor? Thank you.
So, thank you. Yes.
I wanted to ask about the ethical practices of a joint venture, because most of our communities are into joint venture, and sometimes you might go into a landowner and a developer, they don't have a good negotiation and they're stuck. So how do we have ethical practices, or how are we keen enough to do that?
So I think it comes to values, and it's important for people to have values. It's important for people not to take advantage of somebody because of less negotiating power. So it first begins with values. It's good for developers to have good values. If they're in the industry for long, they will make their money. So even if you go to a landowner and they are old or they're not fully aware, just give them a good deal. Hire the professionals, hire a valuer, tell them, madam, this is a valuer, 90 franc or whichever, your land is valued at 100 million. I propose my construction cost is 900 million. It means the ratio of my investment to yours is this, it's like 100 to 900 million, so almost 10 to 90. So as long as the parties have the professionals and they know their value, it is important that they will get a good deal. But if you go to them, they don't know, it's arbitrary, I'll give you 10%, I'll give you 20, I'll give you 30. they'll get a bad deal. So it's important to have values. It's important for landowners to hire professionals, to hire independent lawyers, to hire valuers, to know what is their stake, and also to be reasonable, because when they come together, they're able to do much more, because the landowner might not have the money to construct, and if they sell, they'll get a low investment. For example, us, we've done so many projects whereby the landowners have gotten almost 300% return on investment. If they sold their land, they will have sold it for 100 million, but because now they have units that are worth maybe 300 million. So when they do the JV, it gets more return on investment. But the developers, on the other hand, it saves them money, as opposed to buying land, or maybe some areas like Westlands, the land is so private, you won't even get the land. So you have no choice. This landowner has the land, they will not sell, there's no other choice, you cannot buy it. So the only option is the partnership. And then on the issue of that my friend asked about the zoning, I think one of the factors that they look at is the density. For example, before you build, it's important to have a physical planner. What is the density for this entire area, like Parkland? It's not fair that you want to be one person, you want to build one structure that it's out of question with the density of an entire area, like Parkland. It's not fair, because if you check how many areas, like for example, does City Park Estate has, how many apartments are there? So when you calculate, you can know this area, this is the density of this area. This is the infrastructure that can affect this, that can support this area. So if you want to do one structure that is 3 times more than the density of the entire area, there's no facilities, and then tomorrow you see sewage leaking, there's no road. You actually, when you're building, you actually even destroy the road, and you don't even repair it. So it's important for developers as well, and though we are on their side, to also be sustainable, to work with the public, to do something, to think of the society. They're not going to do a hit and run. You will live there tomorrow. Do something sustainable, be reasonable, and that's my partition.
Okay, thank you. I think now we are done. So, at the best interest of time, prayer time is past. So, we are also squeezed for time. I have the commissioner who is going to close for us. Please. Yes, Madam Commissioner, from the National Cohesion and Integration Committee. And to not feel that as a commission, but let's just give the opportunity so that we balance and be brief.
Okay, thank you. 2 questions. One goes to the AAK president. And I wanted to ask, in terms of best practice, we have seen cases where substandard materials are making their way to the market. They're making their way to construction sites. Yet the relevant bodies have been unable to, do their job and cut out the problem. What is the body doing to ensure that quality material goes to site? And my other question goes to Samir. Samir, do you have policies in place in your project where you're able to tell what quality of products you're getting for your project?
Yes, yeah. Proceed first.
Just quickly to say that we have bodies in Kenya which are responsible for quality of products. For example, KEBS, that's just to start with, because they are the gatekeepers of what we call quality standards. That's one. But on the part of the professionals, the architects, the engineers, our responsibility does not end with designing. It also goes on to inspecting construction, inspecting materials, and approving materials. The reason why you might be seen that we are not doing anything is what I said earlier. That statistic that a lot of developers, what they do, they come to get drawings. They actually reduce the designers to draftsmen. So they get your drawing, and then they go to site with their fundis. When you pay an engineer or when you pay an architect, you are paying a consultant, not an artist. So the thing that developers need to embrace is the fact that I'd rather you even download a plan from the internet and come and involve me in your construction. You will get better value. So the issues of following up, because testing of materials is a continuous process. There is a government body that tests material. You are supposed to be sending batches of material to be tested. There are some very basic tests that you can do, like for example, a drop test of a building stone. If you drop a building stone from a human level and it breaks, yeah, you can also see that it's not quality. So as a profession, what we insist for to our members is that they should not be providing drawings. If you provide drawings for a construction project that are not involving, it's like being an absentee father.
Yes, Mr.
That's very true. Absentee fathers aside, though, yeah, we do have the policies in place that we have to stick to the quality required. Number one, we do this in two ways. Number one, we made sure that our architects and engineers are present on site. We have a lab on site. We have external labs that we use, and then we also use independent experts to come in and sometimes keep our consultants honest and hardworking and crack the whip. So if you see somebody's here coming to check on your work and he can do your job, you start to do your job very well. So that's how we keep the things in line.
Final question, please.
All right, thank you so much. So my name is Steve Moshiri from Charleston. We are a marketing agency that helps impactful brands tell their stories through sustainable driven marketing. And I had a question for Gulf Cup. So I wanted to understand what are some of the challenges that you've had implementing sustainability in your organization? And also what are some of the ways you've been able to measure the impact of your sustainability efforts also as an organization?
Right now, when we looked at, we didn't really have many challenges in creating a sustainable place because we made sure to get partners at the very beginning that had the same core values in place. So when building it, it went in line with the agenda that we had, and we make sure to continue living that way, right? And we work that way, and that's how we do our things. We don't compromise on sustainability or quality or anything, and I don't think that anybody on this panel would disagree with that. So far, I can't speak to the rest of developers around Kenya, but I can speak to the ones that most of the people that I see in this room, I'm sure some of you have had conversations with, and I feel that that's not really a challenge moving forward because everyone's moving in the same direction together.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Asante sana, your time is all appreciated. Many thanks.
Observed, I greet you, good afternoon. I will not take much of your time because I know we have to go, some of us have to go for prayers, others for lunch. Once you mention the word lunch, yes, now everyone is ready for that. I would say, first of all, I want to appreciate the chair, who is here, the Amco chair, the Amco groups, the members, that family, for coming up with this kind of seminar. It has been a seminar. In fact, there were so many questions that people wanted to ask, but it is just because of time. And I would say that we appreciate what you have done. And I also want to say that thank you for doing the innovations, because now we have the Global South coming up. It is really coming up. And it is good Kenya is now part of it. So you're doing the right thing. Can you continue doing what you have started? The innovations, the science and technology, that's what we need in Kenya for us to move. Because business, we have to do business. And that is what is key to everyone. You have taught a lot. You have said so much. But if there isn't peace, can we succeed? Can we succeed? No. So what brings that? What brings the peaceful environment? If there is no peaceful environment, we cannot do anything. Whatever we have mentioned here, whatever we have said, the ideas we have given, if there is no peace, let me tell you, we shall just be wasting our time. So now, in those groups, in those farms, are you making sure there is that peace? For us to have that sustainability of what we are doing, have we ensured that there is that peace? Why am I talking about it? I'm Dr. Skedogo from NCIC, National Cohesion and Integration Commission. We deal with peace, and that's why I said I'll just keep be here until the end, so you can talk everything. Then I tell you, I ask you a question. If there is no peace, then where are we going? So make sure what you're doing in those organizations, you don't marginalize people. The gender, what I saw here, I was looking at, oh, they have started, yeah? They're not including the ladies there. That, obviously, some of the ladies have complained, isn't it? Mama, yes. Are you around? Yes. You mean you are not able to come here and even answer questions? So that is why I'm saying, you must do the inclusivity you said. You talked of inclusivity, isn't it? Yes. Yes, you said we do include this, the gender, the what, in the communities. Did you do it here? I wanted to see it. Yes. So make sure we work together. We work in harmony. Don't leave anyone behind. Let's work together in everything, even with our partners. And I would also say, our partners, when you are there, so sometimes, you know, when we are working together, we start working together, and when you see somebody succeed, you start now having that, the jealousy in you. So you don't want to see the person moving on. You don't want to see the person succeeding. No. We will not be doing any good to the society and even our persons. Then again, maybe because of time, I would say that the CSR, it is good you work with the community. Work with that community. Wherever you have taken the project, make sure you are working well with those people for you to be able to succeed. Otherwise, sometimes you may find people fighting you, and you'll also have very hard time to come up with that project because you have not included the people around you. So make sure when you're doing that, kindly include, take care of that. We have also looked at, I want to also thank the Amco because you have created some jobs. That is good. You have, you're supporting the charity groups. So it is good that you're doing it, and I would wish that as you are working, work with everyone to make sure that you are at peace and the person is also at peace, and your projects and your projects will now stand, and you'll have that sustainability of the project or of your work. But if you don't, then I'm telling you, you'll have problems. Then that's why sometimes you find that somebody starts something and it doesn't work. Just because maybe you did not work well with your other partners, and that is why maybe it didn't work. So I would just request you that as you're working, work with everyone. Include everybody. There are challenges, yes, but how do you handle the challenges? How do you handle those challenges that you get in those organizations? Try and have dialogue and make sure it's working. Don't leave somebody that, after all, there's nothing I can gain. No, bring that person. Because once you leave the person, you don't know how powerful the person is. So try and bring everyone on board, and therefore it will be okay. Come up with policies, but the problem is now with the public participation, you'd find that people have not come. And maybe those who come are paid. Then nothing has happened. Yeah? This is what happens even in our county governments. Yeah, sometimes when there is that, you want to come up with a good, just policies, you find that the people who have come there are not the ones actually who are coming to support or even argue and say this is the right way to go. Instead, they will just say, okay, yes, 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 and then, oh, when you finish, there's nothing else you have done. So, trust one another, and then lastly have corruption-free society, kindly. That is what is killing us. And that is why we have talked of buildings collapsing. Because we don't look at the value. We look at, okay, what have you given me? You said if I get this, then it is done, I can do whatever I want. Then finally, we end up not doing the right things. So kindly, those who are here, just start from here. Let's have corrupt-free environment. As you're going out, make sure each one is trying to work on that, because that is one way of also bringing peace. So what I want to leave you with is have that peaceful environment, and you can't have it if you are not going to create it. Create the peaceful environment, you'll work well. May God bless you all. I wasn't actually making a closing remark. What is it? I think there's somebody who will now give vote of thanks. Don't think that I was giving vote of thanks. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Limited. And on behalf of Amco Group of companies, I would like to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to everyone who honored our invite. We Sustainable Urban Development Forum, We also like to thank our sponsors, GAU, ABSA, Apex, Tononoka, and Abyssinia. Thank you for honoring our invite. We look forward to partnering and welcoming you to our future events. So thank you for honoring our invite. I would like to invite my colleague, Alice, to close with a word of prayer.
Heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptations, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.